Question. How does one man assert power over another? Obedience is not enough. Power is inflicting pain and humiliation, otherwise you cannot be sure. Power is tearing human minds apart and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. Power is not a means, it is an end. All competing pleasures we will destroy. If you want a vision of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever.
I'd like one of you bureaucrats out there to look me in the eye and tell me, when does my husband's life matter to you? Because it matters every day, every second of every day to me.
Well, hello. Kevin is in the back room. He says in the private chat, I can't see anything. I don't know why. I'm looking at YouTube. It's there. Do you guys see anything other than my crazy? You see my face? It's been 2 weeks. Maybe I don't remember how to do this anymore. I'm pretty sure I know what I'm doing now. How the hells are you? How the hells is everybody going? What's going on? My room looks like a mess. I haven't been able to broadcast. I've been having a birthday. I had a birthday. I'm 51. That's old. 51. I'm still half Kevin's age, though. That's okay. But we got some crazy shit to talk about. We got 2 weeks worth of content. So I hope you brought a drink because we're going to be here a while. There's people here in the chat room. They missed Kevin, I think. They probably didn't miss me. But anyway, let's see who's here. Mallory's here, and Steve is here, and Raj is here, and Omicidal is here, and Michael Redford is here, and Troop is here. The party can begin. And the bald guy from Florida, Nick Orlando, is here, and James is here. Hello, James. He says afternoon. I don't know where you are, but it's night here. But this is Texas. Some goof named Vaping Links is here, but I'm glad there's people here. Hello, people. Let me just go ahead and bring Kevin in so that he can say hello to everybody too.
Hello to everybody. Listen, vape happy. That's what I want you to do. Vape happy.
That is my friend Troop from the Plume Room. That is one of his refrigerator magnets. Is it a refrigerator magnet or is that just a card? I can't remember. They send cards and refrigerator magnets and all sorts of. Did you see Jeffrey just showed up too? Jeffrey's
in the room.
Jeffrey's got a new film, a new film project out. So we might make room for that on tonight's show at some point.
Happy belated birthday, by the way, you old fuck. Just saying.
We will digress because Ethan Nadelman is in this video, or at least his voice is.
Oh, I thought you meant he was coming in.
No. I wish if he would hang out with two chuckleheads like us, I would get him on the show in a heartbeat.
Well.
In a heartbeat, but I don't know that we may not be serious enough for the likes of an intelligent, smart guy like Ethan Nadelman.
How old are you?
Call me crazy. So, hey, what did you do in the 2 weeks since you've seen me?
I threw both of the kids out. The cat went with them. Out, get out, out. Don't come back.
So you had a peaceful week, is what you're saying.
I rearranged. Well, I tore up the first room. For the wife, she got the big one. And then I tore the shit out of this one, repainted this one, and floored it.
So now you're breathing in like paint fumes?
Oh, formaldehyde all day long.
Oh.
Brand new desk. Brand spanking new desk.
Wow. You're Walmart rolling in the cash. You can
like $112 for some shit. I don't know. Yeah. Get out.
Did you see that Nick Orlando said happy belated birthday?
You're next. And who's the boss? What is he talking about being back on in the boss or something? In the boss.
I don't know. I went crazy on the sharing of the Tonight Show, and I shared it straight to Nick's Facebook so that Nick would be here. And I specifically put, please watch the YouTube link. Here's the YouTube link.
Something about my wit. I don't know.
Oh, no. I did share it on your Twitter. I did tag you.
I thought I was special for that.
Because people think that you're super witty, but then you come in here and you don't talk enough. And
well, I like to talk over you. You don't like that.
That is true. You do like to do that.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're awake, alert, and alive. That's a good thing.
Well, and alive is important, you know.
Bruni's in the room. Good evening.
Hello, Bruni.
Good morning.
So tonight, Kevin, do you know what a dystopia is?
Nope. Tell me.
So dystopia is this new thing that it's not new, but it's a thing that they do in stories, a lot of science fiction stories. That is basically the opposite of utopia.
Utopia, right?
So it is a dystopia.
Like being here with you, right? Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Right now, you are existing in a dystopia because somebody is pushing down your freedom. Yes, pushing dystopia. He says, "Isn't dystopia a movie?" Now there was a movie called Dinotopia, where there were dinosaurs, and Dystopia, which was about government spying on you. I think that's what that one was about. No, that was the that's a remake of Rear.
No, Steve.
Window. But
no, Steve.
There are plenty of movies that are dystopian.
Mm-hmm.
But this week, I got a little crazy because it was my birthday, and I bought myself some reading materials. So I didn't have like a really good copy of George Orwell's 1984, which is probably the granddaddy of all dystopian novels. It's obviously a government crushing the little man. I mean, that's essentially what this is. Ayn Rand's Atlas would be those Atlas Shrugged, Atlas, those books might be considered dystopian. So this is the one that everybody thinks of, 1984. So
I've never seen that cover.
No, this is a brand new edition. I liked it because it's really cool because Big Brother is watching you. Yeah. Okay, so I got that one. Then I got this other one that I've been wanting to read. I've never read this one, but this one is from 1930 something, 38 or something. It's It Can't Happen Here, and this is about a tyrannical, totalitarian government taking over America, and this is before World War II. So I'm going to read you what it says here on the back of the book, Kevin, to see if you'd be interested in it. It says. Now, quit banging stuff around. I'm going to be dramatic.
I'm going to rearrange all night.
While I'm reading, I want a clear, dramatic reading. It says, "It can't happen here. Are we so sure? Many would suggest that it certainly could happen here, which is precisely the point that Sinclair Lewis, that's who wrote this book, was making when he wrote this book in 1935. This, incidentally, was still a few years before the worst fears would unfold in Germany, giving the book a somewhat prophetic flair. Based on the American Democrat Huey Long, it has been, despite that, often been associated with the right-wing movement. So you're going to see a lot of leftists use this as an example of anti-right-wing, but this book is about a lefty Democrat using his personality and his skills as an orator to brainwash the masses.
Plus good.
This is ironic, as only a few years later, it would be the Democrat FDR that would put American Japanese citizens into concentration camps using emergency powers, which, as the book's protagonist, was portrayed as doing after beating FDR. So in the novel, this guy runs against FDR and wins. And one of the things that he does is put Japanese Americans in internment camps. And this was in a novel written in 1935. Yes. In case you missed the irony, the real life FDR actually did what this fictional character was portrayed as doing. The long history of abandoning civil rights using emergency powers was reprised more recently during the COVID pandemic, when Western nations and individual U.S. states, ostensibly democracies, nonetheless invoked emergency powers to enact all sorts of authoritarian measures. Thus, when pondering whether or not it can happen here, which all assume it can, we are perhaps left with a more intriguing question. Why hasn't it happened here? And then once this has been answered, work to ensure that the factors that have been preventing a full-blown authoritarian regime from materializing in the United States are retained and strengthened. So this one I'm going to read first, because I've read 84, but I have not read this, and I've been wanting to. So this essentially, now, do you remember in like the mid 80s, there was a TV miniseries called V about aliens coming?
Yes.
And so the writer of that TV show about aliens coming to America and bringing all these great things to Americans and making promises so that they'll fall in line, he said that he used this book as a basis for that, except that there's no space aliens in this book. So, yeah. Now, and then the last one is more, it's a similar theme, but this one is fiction. This is called The Spider versus the Empire State. Now, if you remember The Shadow, Kevin, I was telling you about this before the show. The Shadow was a pulp character they had in like novels and radio shows back in like the 1930s.
Yeah.
This guy, the Spider, was the original pulp hero. And this story is a similar story where communists come to America and try to take over, and he's battling the commies. So I'm going to read this one after I read that one. So good job. That was my birthday presents. That was my segment on Dystopia and Patrick's birthday presents to himself. Actually, this is what my wife said. I didn't buy you anything, so take my credit card and buy some stuff for yourself.
Get yourself nice. The shadow knows.
The shadow knows. Have you ever listened to the radio show? That's what he always does. He has like a maniacal laugh that he uses after he says that.
Ed might know it.
Ed probably was in it. He probably worked in one of the productions of the first radio shows in the mid 30s.
Well, yeah.
But speaking of totalitarian actions and government overreach, Kevin, I have a story for you. This is from before my birthday. But and some of the articles that I linked to you in the chat from 2 weeks ago or whatever, we're skipping those because they're old news now.
Oh, yeah.
So that we can focus on this one is from before, but you're going to love this one.
Of course I will.
Let me present this to our audience here.
It's your birthday present to me from you, right?
Yeah. I'm skipping over all the stuff that you want to do and just do stuff I want to do.
Fine.
Okay, so this says vaping. Government to launch enforcement squads in crackdown on illegal e-cigarette sales.
What?
This is from the wonderful land of the UK, where they're usually pretty smart.
What?
But they are going to create a government vape squad to go after. I mean, I actually support the enforcement of already existing laws. But this one. So anyway, NHS data shows 1 in 10 secondary school pupils are regular vapors, despite the product's intended use of helping adults to give up smoking.
No.
There's stock photo of a girl using a at least a 7 or 8 year old Joytech atomizer. I used to have this same atomizer, or it's actually a sub tank, but yeah, this that you can't get this anymore. This is gone. It was a nice tank though, but you could hardly see when it was getting empty. These little windows were not big enough. So anyway, an illicit vapes enforcement squad, IVES. They're gonna have to come up with the IVES squad, the IVES
squad,
IVES, IVES is set to launch as part of a crackdown on the illegal sale of e-cigarettes to under 18s. There have been concerns that vapes are being targeted at children, and the number of teenage vapors is on the rise. Kevin,
what?
Is this how you target somebody with a vape? Is it you point at? I mean, I'm trying to figure out how to target people with my vape.
I don't want to lose any viewers, but I've got a holster, but I don't know if that's what you use. Yeah. And my question to you is, how can the number 1 in 10 be the exact same propaganda, double plus good, that they use there as they use here?
Because apparently they didn't have, okay, so last year, like 18 months ago, there was no crap in Britain going on about youth usage. They said, I can pull up old articles from 18 months ago that said, we don't have that problem here.
Right, exactly.
So in the last 18 months, they went from not having a problem at all,
right,
to having the same size pandemic or epidemic in youth vaping that we supposedly have here.
I saw that on Twitter this morning, and I thought, well, those are the same fucking numbers we've got. That's impossible. Statistically impossible, isn't it?
It's fairly improbable. Intended to help adult smokers quit smoking for good, they are increasingly being used by under 18s, with NHS data showing 1 in 10 secondary school pupils are regular vapors. Maria's son is among the countless. Now, you just counted them.
It was countless.
You just counted them. You said 1 in 10, and now you're saying they're countless. How can you?
Well, never mind.
Maria's son. We have to care about Maria's son. Maria's son is among the countless teens picking up the habit, starting when he was just 13 years old. Kevin had already been smoking cigarettes for 7 years by the time that he was 13.
Pretty much. 9.
I was mortified. I was really upset, Maria said. Then Maria, that boy needs a better mother.
Have another glass of wine, Maria. Calm down.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how your 13-year-old son could be addicted to nicotine and you not know it. Where are you? My mother would know. I mean, my mother knew I was smoking. I mean, I would steal her cigarettes. I'd steal my dad's cigarettes. She knew that somebody, unless there was like a gremlin in the house that was stealing cigarettes. And she would beat my ass if she caught me. He wouldn't have gone out that summer and think, he wouldn't have gone out that summer and think, you know what? I'm going to try smoking. I don't think he would have done that. Well, I did that, and Kevin did that, and Nick and Michael and Homicidal and
Bruni.
Mike, James. I'm sure all these people that started smoking before they were 18 probably did the same thing. I think it was just so easy to access the vape products. How is it easy? I mean, legally, obviously. Are you admitting that your son broke the law? Because
Hi, Maria.
It's illegal for him to purchase them. Yeah.
I'm not running for office.
Yeah, let's see. Led by trading standards, the squads will work across the country and share knowledge across regional networks and local authorities. The government says its priority is to prevent people from smoking and supporting them to quit. It has admitted vaping is a preferable alternative to adults. So is it not a preferable alternative for children?
No,
I mean,
not at all. Let them smoke, leave them be.
Not that I think that kids should use either, but I'm saying is, if they're going to use one, let them use the one that won't kill them. Seems pretty simple to me.
At what age is a person who smokes considered a smoker? Nobody will answer this question. Nobody will admit that they smoke. They're smoking.
Yeah. However, it recognizes it has been an issue with illegal sales to children, and illicit vapes are being introduced into the market.
What?
Neil O'Brien, the health minister, who will unveil the new plans, who will unveil. So, what is this not already unveiled? Because there's a whole article about it. The new illicit vapes enforcement squad, the IVES, will work across the country and clamp down on those businesses who sell vapes to children, which is illegal, and get them hooked on nicotine.
That's right. That's
hooked, Kevin. Hooked.
Yeah.
You're going to find out later when we get to the video segment that it's really easy to quit vaping. You just got to make a TikTok video. I shit you not. I have a video of a girl being interviewed who said that it was easy because she made a TikTok video.
Damn.
Yeah. So that must mean that we shouldn't be all that concerned because it was easy for them to quit with a TikTok video.
Damn.
Yeah. I never thought about that. Maybe we should have used the TikTok video instead of vaping to quit smoking. Yeah.
Tell me nothing, do you?
I'm bird watching. Anyway. What we have seen recently in the past year or two with youth use has really been the proliferation of different devices, and most of these devices don't comply with UK regulation. Then clap down on the people selling them. You go into a vape shop and they're selling illegal product, you have the authority to arrest their asses and use your enforcement ability.
Call the bobbies after them.
Yeah, they got sticks. They don't have guns, but they can hit you with a stick.
Maybe they can send some guys over from Jersey.
Stop, or I'll say stop again. That's how they do it over there. They are too big in size. They are bright in color. What? They are too big in size. My wife has never had that complaint. They are bright in colors. They have flavors that might be more appealing to youth than to adult smokers.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
So are there certain flavors that only kids like?
Cigarette flavor, evidently.
I mean, Kevin, I only had two options as a cigarette smoker when I was 13 and I started smoking.
What, lit and unlit?
No, there was menthol and regular. I mean,
menthol, yeah.
So I still became a smoker with those two options. I mean, if you look throughout history,
yeah, that's what you got.
at the point when youth smoking was the highest it had ever been, there were only two options. Really, I mean, different brands, but really, you had cigarette flavor and menthol cigarette flavor. I mean, that was it. And we addicted massive amounts of kids became smokers with just those two.
Damn.
So
double plus good.
I don't get it, but okay. To stop this, he said, greater checking at the border when the products are getting in may be the most effective measure.
Right.
So they're gonna search every package from China, Kevin. Every package from China. So if you live in the UK, you're never going to get your mail again because they're going to check everything. Stores aren't going to have any electronics. I mean, there's just not going to be anything in your country anymore because everything from China has to be checked. The government has insisted it will produce guidance to help build the regulatory compliance, and will have the power to remove illegal products from shops and at our borders.
Mm-hmm.
Just build a wall. I was watching a documentary yesterday about it's called Nail Bomber. It's called Manhunt: Nail Bomber, and it's about a guy building bombs in the UK and bombing places where different ethnicities were there and gay bars and things like that. And they were showing this right-wing politician, this pretty, I mean, really, really, really far right-wing guy who was very racist and stuff. But his motto was, "Put the great back in Britain." And this was before Trump. This is like a long time before Trump.
He stole it.
So he stole his whole thing.
He stole it. I knew that was coming.
I saw this. He had ball caps that said, "Put the great back in Britain." And I'm like,
wow.
He stole that whole thing.
Wow.
Politicians.
They're going to get him at the border. Is that the gist of this?
Well, and illegal products that are sold in shops. But what about all the guys like you and I that could personally order?
How will the black market survive?
Well, Fast Tech isn't here. Fast Tech is gone, but I'm sure that there are still. I can still buy stuff personally off of some Chinese website and have it personally delivered, and then I could open an Instagram or a Snapchat or what are the other what's the other one? TikTok. And I could do the same thing they're doing in Australia and selling them. I could get an Uber.
Yeah.
I could get an Uber license and just Uber vape. That's what they're doing. I think I saw that.
I'm sorry, officer. That's not my vape. That's my colostomy bag. Would you like to check it? What?
Kevin, I don't know if you've been around somebody that has a colostomy, but
Been a while.
you can smell it before you see it.
As old as I am.
Well, apparently you're at a certain age, your taste buds do, and your sense of smell does go away. So you might be at that age.
I might.
The minister is also expected to announce the launch of a call for evidence to identify opportunities to reduce the number of children accessing and using devices while ensuring they remain available. So they're going to ask for people to call for evidence. Does that sound like people? I mean,
yeah.
I know. I'm sort of on this dystopian thing, but asking people to drop a dime on their neighbors,
double plus good, Patrick,
is one of those things that is pretty much entwined in all of these stories. Is that you make one group of people hate another group of people just for being different than you, and then you encourage them to rat out their neighbors.
Just put a little V on their chest,
or a yellow star, or what's the scarlet?
Anybody wants to steal that? Stop all kids from vaping in schools. Put a big V on their chest. They got to wear a V on their chest at school all day. Fucking people.
Yeah, I
have low confidence in this. What did you call this? The vape squad, the Vile squad. What is
Eves?
it?
Eves. Electronic. Yeah, Eves.
Fucking retards. Why?
The Scarlet Letter. It was an A though.
The Scarlet V.
A for adultery. I remember now. I had to read that book in like 9th grade.
Nick's my hero.
Nick is nobody's hero.
Always
his wife is my hero.
Well, that's true.
Dolores is a hero. Nick is
She's
just
a
a hanger. He's a hanger on. He takes credit for her work.
Safety first, Nick, on your earlier comment. Always, yes. So, they're giving away like 1 million vapes over there in the UK, right?
Yeah.
So somebody's pissed
I did a
off
tweet
and
about that.
They don't like that, obviously.
Yeah. No, I mean, let me
Somebody-
let me go over here to my profile.
Copy paste, Nick. That's what they're doing. Oh, wait a minute. Unless you're saying something else.
No. I did a very popular tweet.
Oh,
It's like been the most popular tweet I've had in a long time, Kevin.
Yeah.
So this is me
sharing
a video that I was going to show about
the
Brits giving away free starter kits for people.
Mm-hmm.
And do you see how many people viewed my little?
Oh, my damned! Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. That's pretty nice numbers right there.
Now you're making me wonder if I retweeted that or not. I don't remember.
Well, there was only one quote tweet. And it was you.
It was me.
But it was my birthday. It was my birthday.
Oh, yeah.
You retweeted over my cool tweet with a birthday snark.
That's right. Because I care.
Yeah.
I don't like you. Doesn't mean I don't care. Jeez.
But they're willing to pay pregnant women money.
Yeah.
To quit smoking.
And
now they're putting their money where their mouth is, Kevin. I mean, that's pretty. I mean, if the U.S. government said, "Hey, we'll write you a check if you quit smoking," and all you have to do is pee in a cup so that we know that you're actually quitting.
If you purchase 1 million vapes, let's pretend they're $10 a piece. That's $10 million investment, right?
Well, they're actually there's a certain dollar amount. Yeah, there's a certain dollar amount that they're investing. So,
yeah, but
yeah,
I
get. But if they buy that many, they get a pretty good deal on it.
I hope.
I mean, if they deal directly with China,
right?
I would want to be the vape supplier that the UK government picked out to be the official vape supplier.
Imagine that email.
Program.
Hey, Bob.
I would be cutting them all sorts of fucking deals.
Millions.
And still making money.
Well, yeah.
I mean, you want to buy 1 million vape kits? Okay, let me talk to these Chinese guys. I can get it down to like 85 cents a starter kit.
21 million. There you go.
Yeah.
See.
Make it at $21 million. Do you know how many vape starter kits that you could get if you're buying a decent? Like if I called Anakin,
and
I called Demi, and I said, Demi, I have $21 million to buy the T21 or how many kits can you give me for $21 million?
All you gotta say is how many, and he'll tell you.
Let's do this. Let's convert. Let's save a bunch of fucking people's lives. Let's do that. I'd have warehouses all over the UK full of starter kits.
Man.
And that T21 is like the highest rated starter kit in all of Europe. They sell shit over here because over here people want, they're not cool enough, but over there they sell a fuck ton of those things. I was actually going to get a soundbite. I was watching a movie just now where what's the guy's name? I Need More Cowbell. Christopher Walken is chastising somebody for saying for profanity. I was gonna get a soundbite of him saying, "You need to watch that profanity."
You need to say "fuck" this way. Ding 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 ding. Oh yeah, I got my new bell. Where's my bell?
Did you get a bell?
Yeah.
Is that how you call your wife?
I didn't get a bell. It's
bring me coffee, woman.
Well, more coffee. I don't have my coffee sign yet. I got one. I just haven't put it up. These are the things that aren't going to be in the home. They're just going to be in my hole. Beatles.
Look at Addie. Addie comes in here. Look how nice he is. He says hello to everybody that he can see. That's a nice guy. Addie's pretty cool, regardless of what Nick says.
That's right.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Safer.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Nicotine.
Oh,
Friend or foe, Kevin?
that's right.
The complex interplay between its role in dependence, harm reduction, and risk communication.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's a PDF. So you see
There
right
is.
here where it says free.
Thank you,
Right
Juka.
there, it says free. So if you click on the PDF here, you can actually download or open the PDF in full. And this is from SRNT.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've noticed that some of the communication recently from SRNT has not been as bad. I'm not going to say good, but as bad as it has been in the past. It could be that the 15 past presidents of SRNT writing a letter might have gotten them to pull the stick out of their ass.
I was thinking that, yeah.
So it says, our field has a difficult relationship with nicotine. On the one hand, Michael Russell's famous observation, people smoke for the nicotine but die from the tar, paved the road for the development of effective smoking cessation treatments in the 1980s. I don't know about how effective. 6% is not effective, including nicotine replacement therapy, which helped drive down smoking rates. Over 20 years later, the proliferation of e-cigarettes delivering nicotine effectively without combustion meant that harm reduction became a reality. E-cigarettes help those unable or unwilling to stop smoking with medication to switch to a reduced risk product without complete cessation of tobacco constituents, namely nicotine, resulting in ever lower smoking rates. On the other hand, we know that nicotine is not an innocuous substance. There are well-documented cardiovascular effects. Nicotine, very, very small, minor cardiovascular effects. If you recall, about 4 weeks ago, Kevin and I produced a study for your edification that showed that there was no difference in cardiovascular risk of people that use electronic cigarettes exclusively and people that use no tobacco products. There was no difference at all. But anyway.
Sounds dirty, edificators.
Edification, Kevin, is very important.
People.
I have to use fancy words.
I know.
Now you've made, there are well-known documented. I always like when they say well-known or well-documented.
Yeah.
But then they don't provide a link for those documents.
Well,
nicotine is dependence forming and may impact the developing brain. So if I'm already a genius now, Kevin,
let's assume,
and I've been using nicotine since I was 13.
Yeah, I was 9, remember?
And I'm already frighteningly intelligent.
Yeah.
Then I would have been like super villain intelligent. I've been like Lex Luthor intelligent if I hadn't smoked, is what you're saying.
And I've got like 5 years on you, and I've been smoking 5 years longer.
But your dementia's already started to creep in, so
yeah. Well, damn it, I don't like these headphones.
You don't like them, or you do like them?
They keep falling out of my little head.
Well,
I need to use my third ear.
Make your ears shrink a little bit. I mean, I don't know.
I guess.
The increasing youth use of e-cigarettes, first seen in the United States, and now in Europe, is therefore concerning, particularly if it occurs among never smoking adolescents.
Yeah.
This issue of NTR sheds some light into the multifaceted role that nicotine plays in our efforts to curb the tobacco epidemic and the need for nuanced communication regarding its effects. So now they're saying, well, we need to be nuanced and I guess tell the truth because they haven't been forever. Yeah. So let me see.
The day of reckoning will come.
Yeah. So
That's good.
double plus good. So this actually sounds like it's starting out pretty okay, Kevin.
Yeah.
But I am not reading the whole thing, even though it's 2 pages.
It's mid-range. It's a mid-range.
So Addie's gonna have to tweet me this recipe because he's linking me to a recipe, and he knows that if I click on this, it's just gonna show up on screen. I can't copy the text. He's gonna have to tweet it at me.
Sooner or later, the admission of guilt is going to be, well, we kind of knew it anyway, but we really didn't want to say because of the children. It's all going to come down to the children, no matter what we do. Doesn't matter.
So it says here, clearly, no one wants to see a generation of nicotine-dependent youths.
Nope.
And more effective measures to limit access to nicotine, especially combustible nicotine, are needed. But when it comes to communicating research to the wider public, we must avoid conflating the relatively limited harm of nicotine dependence with effects on maintaining tobacco addiction and therefore well-established tobacco-related harm, not least because of the impact this has on the risk perceptions of those most in need of nicotine-based treatment, tobacco users.
I don't like the word treatment, but...
Oh, it doesn't matter, though. I mean, they're at least admitting now it's time to tell the truth. Now, does that mean that they're actually going to allow people to come into the SRNT?
No.
Because remember, they banished all tobacco harm reduction people, nicotine vaping people, anyone that they could remotely point at and say, well, you took money from big tobacco. Even people that had not.
You take money from big tobacco. We take money from people who smoke. And we're better than you.
Yes. So Nick is being a jerk. I already messaged him and told him about this. Nick says, speaking of liquid, Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Patrick say he had something coming in the mail for me? And I have the box. There's one more recipe that I have to make a batch of to put in the box. And I will send you and Lee. I already have 2 of the 3 recipes done and mixed.
You're not wrong, Nick. You're not wrong.
But I already messaged him about this the other day.
Yeah.
But he feels like he has to bring it up because he's being a jerk.
Put a little bit of dog
Kevin,
poop in the package.
this is how out of touch Nick is. Nick messaged me the other day and said, hey, do you know any states that actually have groups that are actually doing anything?
Yeah.
And I said, well, probably Tennessee and probably Georgia and probably, maybe Florida.
Ohio.
Maybe Florida.
Yeah, maybe Florida. Is that what you said?
Yes, I did.
Some guy down in Florida. I don't know.
I
think it's Senator, by the way.
To be fair, it was so that he could help somebody. If he could offer help. Maybe Ohio,
I really think we should show Senator Orlando some respect, though, really. Because
there's too much dirt in his past to be a senator of anything. He was a New York City cop, so
it's well steeped.
Well, 2 of the recipes are very well steeped. They're 2 or 3. No, they're probably 4 weeks old. Do you think I was going to take a break from my vacation fund to make you liquid? Actually, I need Addie to private message me so that I can send him a sample of this that I'm vaping right now because I think he would like it.
Well, you're going to send that before you're sending Nick's, right?
Yes, because I like Addie.
Just one fucking piece of shit. Fucking earphones. Hey, listen. Just want you to vape happy. That's what I want you to do.
Don't worry. Vape happy.
I think it's been a year. I think it's been longer than a year, Nick. I don't know.
I haven't had a vacation in 4 years.
4?
I have 5 vacations stored up. And guess what? I'm taking a week of May off. But it's not going to be a vacation. All of my doctors want me to. I haven't been to the doctor in years except for the knee surgeon. So I haven't had my teeth cleaned. I haven't had my eyes checked. I'm wearing glasses that don't work anymore.
Oh.
So. Boomerang over there, Kevin?
I am. Well, you are to me.
Not me.
I can half hear you.
Not me. All right. No, there's a video on this fucking window, and I hit pause, and it's still fucking playing. But anyway, hey, here's one for you. This is a lie that this is a lie that's been repeated so many times. Everyone believes it. It says some nicotine-free e-liquids or e-cigarettes still have nicotine. Lab report. This is from April 17th. Nicotine-free vapes could be lying to their customers. Tests have revealed that some vape products, which claim to omit nicotine, actually contain the same amount of addictive substances as a full-strength e-cigarette. Now, I got to ask, Kevin, what moron is going to include an expensive ingredient into something that is supposed to be nicotine-free? They're not going to add nicotine because nicotine's the most expensive part of the fucking e-liquid.
Some moron that hired another moron, evidently. That's the only thing I can think. What do you mean you put nicotine in there, you dumbass? That's all I got.
Tests have revealed that some vape products, which claim to omit nicotine, actually contain. All right, Scientific, a quality control laboratory that ensures consumer goods meet legal requirements, looked at dozens of vape brands found on store shelves across England and Wales. Of the 52 products they analyzed, researchers found that most oversized and extra shapes are being sold illegally, according to data provided to The Guardian. We have seen a large increase in the number of illegal vape products being seized by trading standards and sent for analysis. These pose an immediate health risk. They are circumventing UK regulation. David Lawson, chief executive at Interscientific and a fellow at the Organization for Professionals in Regulatory Affairs, said the UK's tobacco products derivative states that the legal tank capacity for a disposable electronic cigarette, a single-use cartridge, or a tank should be no more than 2 milliliters of vape liquid. Data showed a majority of products, 73% of the study pool, exceeded the TPD's limit, and 40% were filled with 5 milliliters or more. So at what point are they going to give me an example of a zero nicotine product having nicotine? Because what they're saying is that products that are sold as having nicotine actually have more liquid, but is allowed. But I haven't seen any example here. So they're exceeding the total amount of milliliters, but they're not telling me that there's nicotine in zero. Okay, here we go. 8 of the products that claim to be nicotine-free indeed did contain some of the substance, often meeting the legal limit of 20 milligrams of nicotine per milliliter, while one device turned up 50% more than, so 30 milligrams of nicotine per milliliter. That is higher than the 50% higher than the UK standard. Although the US hasn't set any strict standards for vape manufacturing, brands sold in the States may have a nicotine content between 3 and 36 milligrams. I've seen some way higher than that, 60 milligrams, blah, blah, blah. Definitive research on the health effects of e-cigarettes remains ongoing, while some experts suggesting that the cigarette alternative could be a powerful tool to help tobacco users quit smoking. However, recent studies have suggested that vaping could be a risk factor for lung disease, heart disease, diabetes, mental illness, sexual dysfunction, and even eyesight. So of all of those, Kevin only has the one.
So far.
The dysfunction.
Well, I'm done. I'm done having kids. Who cares? It's so sad. They really didn't answer the question, though, did they?
Yes. All right, let's see. They did indeed say that. They said, but they didn't have any examples.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I put that in the you're lying to me category. That's what I'm saying.
You're distracting me.
Now, where are the Ozarks? Does anybody know where the Ozarks are?
Isn't it like Missouri, Montana, somewhere out there? I don't know.
I don't
remember.
From Missouri. All right, let's see. This is from ozarksfirst.com, Kevin.
All right.
This is under the category of this is why we can't have nice things.
Oh.
Springfield man accused of trading vape pen for child pornography.
Good Jesus. Well,
Springfield man was arrested after a child told police that he had requested nude photos of her in exchange for a vape pen. Ethan Shane Hill, 25, of Springfield, is charged with 4 felonies. 2, enticement or attempted enticement of a child less than 15, sexual exploitation of a minor child, sexual misconduct involving a child under the age of 15. Look at this greaseball. According to a probable cause written by Greene County Sheriff's Office, deputies made contact with a 13-year-old on April 7th after receiving a report for child abuse. The 13... In my head, I'm hearing my shotgun rack itself right now. It's just
mine just did too. I don't understand. I don't understand. Always pointing the same direction toward the victim.
And I'm putting birdshot in there. I'm just going to carry a box of birdshot and just repeatedly in the groin, just repeatedly.
We love you, Nick. We love you.
Maybe I'll put rock salt in there first and then the birdshot. But eventually, it's gonna fall off. I'm just telling you right now.
Are you gonna just slice a couple wounds in beforehand, or are you gonna do that after?
No. The rock salt will tear the skin enough. It'll do its job, especially at point blank range.
Poor Nick needs more liquid. You need to send that shit to him because he's all pissed off at you. Look at that.
He hasn't even seen the worst of it yet.
No, I know.
He hasn't. I mean, this is bad. This one is pretty fucking bad. And this is just to go to prove that there are sick fuckers all over this planet, regardless of. Anyway, I just want to kill people now, Kevin.
You can't say that on YouTube. Yeah, you can.
If they let a comedian pose with a decapitated head of Donald Trump.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, I don't like the guy, but I mean, that would be a way worse crime than what I just did. But it doesn't matter because I didn't specifically say a specific person.
Does he get the death penalty? Just cut to the chase. Just let me know.
I'm sure he hasn't been. He's not been tried yet. But anyway, the 13-year-old got into trouble at school for having a vape pen. When questioned, she said she got the vape pen from this dude who requested nude photographs in exchange. She knew Hill through her brother.
Mm-hmm.
Now, dude.
Okay. See,
I don't have a sister, or I don't have one.
God
forbid I had a friend that was this skeevy and that I would let her even know the name of my sister. Now I think the brother should be strung up too.
Well, let's at least make him think.
She knew Hill through her brother and asked Hill through Snapchat to purchase a vape pen. Hill allegedly requested nude photos, which she sent.
Clearly, this is a tobacco employee, right? I mean, he must work for some tobacco company.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he arrived at the child's home, she went to his vehicle to retrieve the vape pen, but she got to the vehicle. She found out that Hill had exposed himself. Oh my God. And said he offered her $100 to touch him, and she declined.
Well, I thought it was a vape pen. Now it's $100.
Why didn't you tell your brother? Because back when I was a kid, if I had a little, if one of my friends that did have a little sister told me that, they'd never find this guy. The 13-year-old and Hill had multiple text and video call exchanges in a roughly 6-month period, which ended in which Hill offered her money for sexual acts and asked for photos. And yeah, no, this guy deserves to die. This is why if I did have a child, they would never have a cell phone.
Not until they were 34.
They would have a cell phone that had no internet access and only could call me and 911. That's it.
And a tracker.
Oh, definitely a tracker for sure. Faux show. But speaking of totalitarian governments and the government's putting their heel down on somebody's throat.
Yeah, well,
here's one that this won't affect me, Kevin. This one does not affect me or you. You'll understand why when I read it.
Yeah.
So it says, health expert. Let's read it. Influencers could be banned from promoting vape on sites like TikTok and Instagram. So this doesn't affect us because we are not influencers, Kevin.
No.
Ministers are currently collecting evidence to see how teen vaping can be stamped out. Some 7% of 11 to 17-year-olds were current users of vapes in 2022. So a while ago, we just read a different story from the UK that said 10%.
Current user. I wonder why they,
Yeah. Social media influencers could be banned from promoting vaping to teenagers following a sharp rise in videos on TikTok and Instagram. Ministers are gathering evidence to see how teen vaping can be stamped out after increasingly concerns that young people are getting hooked on nicotine through the products. And it's definitely Snapchat and Instagram's fault.
Well,
it's not the fruit flavors, Kevin.
It's not the tobacco.
A ban on fruit flavoring packaging likely to appeal to children is already being considered. TikTok does not allow adverts promoting vapes or tobacco products on its platform, but concerns are mounting about the widespread use of e-cigarettes amongst influencers. So again, not affecting us because we don't influence anybody at all. We just have the best of the best viewers. The smartest of the smart.
There's another one of those.
The same 20 or 30 people.
Yeah.
Professor Andrew Bush from Imperial College London National Heart and Lung Institute urged ministers to press forward with a ban on colorful, appealing packaging of vapes. He also encouraged them to look into how the devices are promoted on social media. And then there's a random picture of a young lady holding up boxes.
How did she get them?
Sometimes I look at these people and I think that's a child, and then they're like, I'm 25 years old. And I'm like, what?
Right.
I'm at that old man stage now where everybody younger than me is a child.
Get off our lawns. Get off our. Yeah. How did she get all those vapes? They're just the mirror's just giving them away, or?
Well, I'm sure she's a grown-up adult person. She's probably 30, Kevin. I can't tell anymore.
I couldn't guess more than 16. I don't know.
I can't tell, Kev.
I can't either.
Professor Bush told the Mirror it was worrying that children were being advertised vapes on social media by people who have huge influence on them.
Yeah. Let's see. We got Truth Initiative and we got Tobacco Free Kids.
Nick Grimm Green he's gonna lose his channel. because he's an influencer.
Yeah.
He has like thousands and thousands of people. We have like 200 followers. That's it. I don't remember nicotine gum ever being featured in attractive adverts with a beautiful young woman using it. So they're saying just because ugly people smoke and ugly people use gum.
Hi. That's me and all my friends.
So they're just upset that beautiful people aren't on the commercials for nicotine gum is what it is. The industry who are funding these people or so-called influencers, likely giving them free vapes.
Likely.
Nobody's giving. Well, no, I can't lie.
Likely.
I
did likely.
I did get a nice package from 5 Ponds 2 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah.
So but they're not paying me to advertise. I mean, technically there's still a negative somewhere.
You know what? I just want you, no matter what you cough up in the interim of me asking you, are you vaping happy? Because that's
I'm
what's
always
important.
happy, Kevin.
And I'll tell you this, because it's in my head. I'm not advertising shit to anybody except people that smoke that want to quit. I don't care what age they are. Kevin, I don't give 2 fucks about how old you are if you're watching this or listening. If you want to stop smoking, you can choose many, many things.
Whatever works for you.
At your age. And I don't give a shit what your age is. So
I work with senior citizens, Kevin, so I don't start sentences out with the phrase "at your age," because some of my female patients would scratch my eyes out. A 13-year-old undercover shopper was able to buy a haul of vapes containing as much nicotine as found in 100 cigarettes in just one day. Health Minister Neil O'Brien said last week the government was opening a specific call for evidence on youth vaping. The Tory MP said this will explore a range of issues, including how we ensure regulatory compliance, look at the appearance and characteristics of vapes, about their marketing and promotion of vapes, and the role of social media, which is crucial. Well, if you just take your kids' cell phones away and don't let them play all day on fucking Instagram and TikTok and Snapchat, they won't be able to buy illegal vapes.
No shit.
It will also seek to better understand the vape market, which looking at issues such as the price of low-cost products and disposables. Tory MP Carolyn Johnson, who is also a consultant pediatrician, recently told The Times that ministers need to push ahead with a massive multi-pronged attack on teen vaping that brought the rules for advertising into line with those of smoking.
Let me ask you a question, Patrick. When you were a kid and you were smoking cigarettes, did you at any point reach into mama's pocketbook or a coat pocket and grab some change to get you a new pack? Ever?
Yes.
So there's more than one thing that you were breaking. In one point, you're smoking underage, and 2, you're stealing, right?
Yes.
So all this colorful packaging
and framing my older brother. I framed my older brother.
Well, I appreciate your delinquency. So you're telling me that they're going to stop kids from stealing, as an example, to raise prices to stop the kids from buying it, when those kids are already into the questionable ethics of stealing money from their parents and being able to still
sound bad, Kevin.
What's that?
I said you make that sound really bad.
What do you mean? Stealing from
that
parents?
I was borrowing money out of my mom's purse without
I'm sorry, borrowing.
And then blaming and framing my older brother for borrowing the money without asking.
I'm sorry, I hurt your feelings. You were allocating funds. Go there.
That's exactly what I was doing.
This is a line item budget thing, Big Brother. You're going to get blamed for this. I'm going to allocate some funds, and you're going to take the blame.
Exactly. I should be a politician.
Holy fuck. Sorry, that
Let's
genius
see.
popped out of my head for a second.
I'm going to Congress. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
That's exactly how they do it in Congress.
Mhm.
All right, where's my what did oh, there it is.
Yeah.
I founded it.
Just so you know.
Yeah, just so I know.
Yeah.
There, I found it. We're gonna do this. Let's see. Is this working? Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't had Janice yell at me about being too loud yet. That's good.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Don't let your wife yell at you, man.
Well, I know you kind of root for her, but
I do. I love your wife, and I've never spoken to her.
she
Look how
doesn't-
orange I am. Look how
doesn't-
orange I am. I opened this screen over here that's got an orange. Like I look like Donald Trump now.
You're not. Is that too much nicotine?
No, it's a
Is it a video?
It's a video.
Why is it orange?
Well, this is
Is it
because
truth
it looks like
orange?
it looks like this.
Oh,
See, it's orange.
well, you've already convinced Steve. Now the whole fucking world's going to go to hell.
That would be scary. No, there's way too many skeletons in my closet. But hey, let's watch this video.
And there's a misconception that use of e-cigarettes or vaping is actually a safe alternative to regular cigarette use, and nothing could be farther from the truth. Vaping is becoming very much a prevalent part
Wait. What did she just say?
It's your show. Pay
I gotta
attention.
Go back here.
of cigarette use. And
Here.
vaping is actually a safe alternative to regular cigarette use.
No. I gotta go back even further. She said there is a
And there is a misconception
misconception that vaping.
that the use of e-cigarettes or vaping is actually a safe alternative to regular cigarette use.
Mhm.
A safe alternative to regular cigarette. Okay.
We can't
Where's
use
the
the word safe.
misconception, Kevin?
It's the word
Safer.
safe.
She's
It's all.
she's
it's
being
all in the wording.
semantic here.
It's all in
Look
the
at
wording.
Nick. Nick is running
Semantics.
away. Look at Nick.
Good night,
Nick is
Nick. We
running
love
away.
you.
He's a chicken.
I love
We're
you.
not
I don't
even-
think Patrick likes you.
We're not even close to quitting time yet.
Use, and nothing could be farther from the truth. Vaping is becoming very much a prevalent part of our society, especially in our young people. Many of the additives in the e-cigarettes
All right, let's see. What's in a vape, Kevin?
Let's do the checklist.
Nicotine. Okay.
Yeah.
Flavorants.
We got flavors.
Linked to lung disease.
That's
The
a
only
lot.
one that now cinnamaldehyde is pretty bad
May-
from what I
May,
understand.
could, or might. Yeah.
But nobody uses that anymore. And then there's what's that other one that everybody hates that causes people to have cinema lung or no popcorn lung? Oh yeah,
Formaldehyde.
no,
I don't know.
diacetyl. Kevin,
Oh yeah.
diacetyl.
Diacetyl, whatever.
Yeah, so that's two, but they're,
Yeah.
neither one of those are commercially available anymore.
Right.
Uh,
Peroxide in her hair.
all right, let's see. Cancer-causing chemicals. Which ones? Can you name cancer-causing chemical? Which one?
No. No.
Heavy
Yeah.
metals, nickel, tin, and lead.
Yeah.
Only it like as far as that goes.
Well, when the rat takes its paw and it disconnects the safety, and then it throws that out on the outside of the
And
cage,
it cranks the voltage up
and
beyond
then
what a human.
it takes both paws, and then it holds it down for an hour, and then it takes a hit and puts it down and coughs. Then they go, "Oh shit!" That's
Even in that instance, though, Kevin, if you're standing in the middle of a busy parking garage or above a train at like a subway station,
at
you're
any
going to breathe
airport,
in more heavy metals
at any airport,
than you would if you vaped for a year.
Yeah, At any
ultrafine
airport?
particles and organic compounds. Guess what, bitches?
What?
If I go and walk from here to my living room and back, there are ultrafine particles in the air.
Every 7 minutes? Diffusers and free breeze and
Oh dear God! Then,
candles.
Yeah.
Fuck.
yeah.
Then the
keep
vaping
going.
pens are highly uncontrolled. Still a very potent mode of delivery of nicotine to the body. It does put you at a much higher risk.
Well, we want there to be an efficient delivery method of nicotine to the body, so that we don't have to smoke cigarettes anymore. The more efficient vaping is at doing that, the easier it is for people to quit smoking.
You think? I'm going to make a prediction. Some sense of the phrase "we don't know enough" is coming.
Well, there might be, but
I don't know.
Developing periodontal disease or gum disease, which is one of the biggest contributors to tooth loss. And when you damage the tissues, you...
Kevin, do you have all your teeth?
No. Long gone. Oh, long gone years ago.
Do you have partials or
Full dentures.
full plates?
Hmm.
Was that
Wish I did that.
before you? Was that before you were a vapor?
Oh yeah, long before.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
I have all of my teeth.
Good. You should.
Because I do brush regularly.
Is she a dentist then?
For oral cancer, UT Dentistry has a network of
Oral cancer, Kevin.
So she's a dentist.
Yes.
Oh.
Dentistry has a network of general dentists and specialists who are incredibly knowledgeable
Bastard.
in general oral health and preventive methods.
So is this an actual commercial for UT Health San Antonio Dentistry?
Incredibly knowledgeable.
I mean,
Wow.
it sounds like that was more of a commercial for her school.
Wow. You see Bastard just rolling in here like a
He's
like
here.
a vapor.
He's probably sitting at some pub watching us on his phone, having a nice cold beer.
Fruity Nicorette mists are exempt from we don't knows and any ultrafine particles. Those are approved.
So
put that
so
away.
In the war to end all nicotine use, Kevin, a corrupt tobacco company paid off some FDA people to get their reduced nicotine cigarettes approved. So 22nd Century now has their reduced cigarettes, nicotine cigarettes, available somewhere. I've never seen them, but they've got to be available somewhere.
Chicago
now. Now
You
they're
see it?
offering the ability for retail stores and chains to brand their own reduced nicotine cigarettes.
Oh, but that's not all.
So it says here, 22nd Century Group launches new private label brand with top U.S. So 7-Eleven, I'm just throwing 7-Eleven under the bus, might, or possibly could have their own 7-Eleven cigarettes with less nicotine in them. I'm not sure it's actually 7-Eleven. I'm just using 7-Eleven as an example.
Some Chuck place. Who cares?
So, Kevin,
what?
You're the one that put this shit on my instant messenger here. So it says 22nd Century Group, a leading biotechnology company dedicated to improving health with reduced nicotine tobacco, hemp/cannabis, and hops advanced plant technologies, today announced that it has commenced sales under a new manufacturing agreement to produce a private label premium cigarette brand, Pinnacle, for sale at one of the nation's top 10 gas station convenience store chains, comprising almost 1,700 stores in 27 states.
Mm-hmm. Are you catching on yet?
This is exactly, I know.
Anyway,
we are excited to launch a new store brand product with one of the largest convenience store chains in the country and one of the highest volume cigarette points of sale per outlet square foot, stated John Miller, president of tobacco products at 22nd Century Group. We believe that working with premier retailers on conventional products like Pinnacle offers value to current adult smokers as we aggressively expand our flagship product, FDA authorized VLN reduced nicotine cigarettes designed specifically to help adult smokers to smoke less, which is actually the opposite of what's going to happen. People are going to smoke more, but I've been saying that and people told me I'm crazy. But we have a friend of the show, Richard Pruin. He got a hold of some test batches of these cigarettes, and he said they're so smooth you don't even know you're killing yourself when you smoke.
You don't even know you're smoking
because they have all of the poisons and half of the nicotine.
Yeah. Now, Patrick, can you imagine a company that's making low nicotine cigarettes selling a regular cigarette too? Just in case.
No, this is not a regular cigarette, though.
No?
No, they're selling their they're private labeling their VLN cigarettes for a retailer.
Mm.
So since they got their, yes, this is their private labeling. They're private labeling their VLNs for a convenience store, for a chain. So these are going to be the same silly, nonsensical product, just with a different package. Yeah. Did you think they were making a regular cigarette? Is that what you thought?
Oh yeah,
no.
I did.
No, they don't have a PMTA. The only PMTA they have is for these.
Well, yeah, that I knew of.
Yeah, this is the only one they have.
They were, or somebody was with them with American Spirits at one time.
Not them. No, not with 22nd Century.
No, but no, not the company. No, somebody was with.
Because American Spirits is owned by a certain Native American tribe.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But, and those are unprocessed cigarettes. They make you think that they're natural because they don't have any all that. But yeah, they're. Have you smoked those before, American Spirits?
Oh, no, Dustin. Dustin or Jeremy has. They tried them. They didn't care for it for whatever reason. I don't remember.
Yeah. So they have since they have their PMTA and MRTP, they're allowed to private label their. And just put an addendum to their applications, sold as. So if I were a very rich and powerful e-cigarette maker or e-liquid maker, and I put a PMTA through for a strawberry cream, which will never happen, it will never get approved. But for example, if I did, then I could sell that to another company and relabel it for them and put my approval information on their product because it's the same exact recipe, and I'm manufacturing, wholesaling, and just selling that brand. So that's what a lot of the larger like e-liquid mixers used to do. Baker White used to like store brand their product. They'd throw your label on their product and sell it to you. Same thing. So yeah, they won't say that, they don't say in this which convenience store chain is buying this up, but it's called Pinnacle, and they're going to sell it. They're going to sell it in those convenience stores as a branded item. MRTP, modified risk tobacco product, is what MRTP stands for. So once you get a PMTA, there's a second process where you can apply so that you can make reduced harm claims or modified risk claims. Say my product is safer, or my product. So the 22nd Century has a an amended MRTP, or they're allowed to make one claim, which is that it has fewer chemicals or reduced nicotine is also, but yeah, it's the same thing with the heat not burn, is that they have a reduced exposure claim that they can make on because they went through the MRTP, and FDA said you can sell this and you can market this as fewer chemicals.
Right. Fewer. One.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. What are you looking for, Kev? You're over there clicking and looking at your screen like you're trying to find something.
I'm looking for a comment, and I can't see it because I think I'm blocked.
Oh, well, let's see. This is from the New Statesman. You find it?
Yeah.
You want to?
Nope, I didn't get it.
Okay. Vapes aren't enough to stop people smoking.
Of course
The
not.
government should fund cessation services and cracking down on big tobacco rather than fixating on e-cigarettes. And this is from Anthony Laverty. And there's another stock photo of somebody holding a vape. The government in England has made headlines with its plans to encourage adult cigarette smokers to switch to vaping while simultaneously cracking down on underage vape sales. The plan has some merits, but this eye-catching suggestion obscures the fact that the overall strategy is limited in ambition and funding. In 2019, the government committed to reducing smoking rates in England by 5% or to 5% by 2030. Since then, there has been a lack of concrete action to achieve this. Cancer Research UK estimates that the target will be missed by 9 years, while the independent review by Javed Khan, published last year, was clear that it would take even longer in the poorest parts of England. Well, we already know that in the poor neighborhoods, the lower education neighborhoods, the higher stress environments, people smoke. So those are going to be the last places that go smoke free. Government's latest plan has supposedly been informed by this review, but omits many of its key proposals, including greater funding, a new levy on tobacco company profits, and raising the legal age for cigarette sales. The evidence is clear that e-cigarettes can help people quit smoking tobacco, and so there is potential for tangible positive impacts. However, the devil is likely in the detail. It remains unknown how this scheme will work in practice or how far the estimated $45 million allocated to it will go. 45 million pounds, Kevin.
45 million.
That's a lot of money. Give me $45 million and I will buy starter kits to help
45 million people.
45 million people.
Because that's probably who actually smokes in the United States.
Yeah. Tobacco smoking is addictive and designed to be so.
No.
Quitting is difficult for many people, and measures such as personalized support in the form of smoking cessation services would enhance the chances of people quitting. Funding for these services in England has been cut by 45% since 2015, and there is no mention of plans to allocate more money. However, the government's announcement also included plans to give pregnant women financial investments up to £400 per person to stop smoking tobacco, an effective policy that has been a long time coming and is shown to reduce harms and be good value for money. But the recommendations from the Khan review that have been omitted mean that overall the strategy is not sufficient. According to the Khan review, a comprehensive tobacco control strategy would recommend at least $125 million per year, much more money than the government is suggesting. The money could be used to ensure good provision to stop smoking support, and well as reinstating mass media campaigns compared with the estimated $21 billion per year cost of tobacco smoking to British society. This would be money well spent. So there's a lot. There's several paragraphs left. So what he's saying in this article is that the plan that the UK has of giving free starter kits and money to people, pregnant ladies. Am I allowed to say pregnant women?
I don't know. I think it's your show. You can say whatever the fuck you want.
You know, I know that some people
I don't know.
like that they should that they have other terms that they would prefer that women be
I don't
called
know.
because it somehow alienates other people. But yes, most, as far as I know, only
Persons who are pregnant. You want to go there, or
I don't want to kiss anybody's ass, Kevin.
I'm just trying to guide you one way or the other. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean,
I can't. I don't know.
I'm not a fan of kissing ass. I'm, just not doing it.
So 5% is probably a hard number to meet worldwide. It may be a countrywide, but I don't think worldwide.
I don't actually think that that's a realistic number, Kevin.
Well, in any one country, they may be able to eventually get there, but I can't. It looks good on paper. It really does.
I think people are always going to smoke, Kevin. There's going to be some people that will always smoke, and
they're going to give the Johnny Cash salute, and that's that.
They're going to do what they're going to do. There's a picture of Johnny Cash right there, but it's hidden by a bookshelf now of him smoking a cigarette. Yeah. It's just going to be what it's going to be. I think the goal should be to offer the people should have the right to make the choice, and that you should have options. That's it. I mean, the goal should be to provide as many options as possible and let people make their own choices.
Yeah. Including
call me crazy.
Including lower nicotine cigarettes. I can't imagine it'll work, but
okay. I think it's just going to
from what I've read
more cigarettes. So here, Kevin, if you have a child,
I don't.
You need to talk to them. You need to talk to them about smoking and vaping. So yeah.
While smoking rates for adults are at their lowest recorded levels, more needs to be done to protect kids and teenagers. That's according to new recommendations this week from the American Academy of Pediatrics, which recommends parents talk to their kids about tobacco no later than age 12. Wow. Lori Osaki, the director of the Body Image Council.
But that would have been 4 years after you started, Kevin.
3. Fuck off, Patrick. If I told
every
you
time
to go
I say that, the number changes.
I know. Well, I've been like 3 at one point. So are they protecting the children, or are they protecting the revenue from the children who aren't going to smoke? That's my question now. That's all I got.
Well, I mean, I think it's all good and all well and good that parents should talk with their children.
Yeah.
But they should also let them know, I'm the boss and I tell you what to do and you obey. If you don't obey, there will be repercussions to your actions.
Have you never heard a belt being unstrapped quickly?
Not anymore.
Well, I know you did. I know I did. I have the paddle. I have the original paddle.
People are not allowed to do that anymore. Yes, I did notice that in the season 3 of Star Trek Picard, the villain is a smoker.
Good.
Yeah. And then in the first season, the character that's a drug addict is actually using something that looks like a vape pen. So
good.
Yeah.
Counseling Center is joining us this morning, and good to have you on again, Lori. When it comes to starting that conversation, I want to ask you, what do you recommend?
Well, I think that the first thing is that it should not be just one conversation, just like with all those different.
Now, I have to ask. So this is a TV network.
Yeah.
And you see, they're not even skilled enough at editing their video package to get rid of the zoom controls on the bottom of the screen.
Or the pre-recorded message, as we've noticed.
Right. This
before.
is definitely not live. This is Memorex.
Yeah.
And
they could have
framed the the mute and the stop video and the zoom controls and the size, they could have framed this better so that it doesn't have all of the zoom controls.
Is this one of the pre-recorded things we've seen before with Truth Initiative? That this is similar to that?
I have not found any evidence of that. I believe they did an interview with this person over Zoom and then are cutting it into like they have her live in the studio.
Topics with our kids, talking about sex, talking about money, talking about smoking and using drugs. It should be something that we talk to them about a lot.
Now, did your parents talk to you a lot about any of those topics, Kevin?
Every time they caught me smoking, yes.
No,
Nothing
did they
else.
talk to you about? No. Here, let's see.
No.
Talking about sex, talking about money, talking about smoking and using drugs.
Now, my parents talked to me about money.
Nope.
They never talked to me about sex because when they asked me, I said, "What do you want to know?"
How did I get here?
When I was 3, I was like, "I can tell you everything, Dad. What you need to know."
Technically, I was about 10, and I walked out to my parents. I think I was 10, and they were entertaining business associates of my father's. And I said, "Hey, you guys got married in July, and I was born in December." But I didn't really.
Bruni says, after the apocalypse, I'm sure many of us will need smokes to still available until. So, after the nuclear holocaust or the end of there will still be cigarettes.
Well, yeah.
And at that point, I will light one up.
Just us and the roaches smoking cigarettes all day long.
What's that movie with Kevin Costner where the world's water world, and all the bad guys live on the Valdez, and they're smoking cigarettes. They actually call them the smokers.
Oh,
like that's the name of the gang or the evil people are called.
We'll be on
it's
one
the smokers.
Boat.
They're coming.
We'll just be on a boat.
We're gonna have all the cigarettes, all the beer, and all the whiskey. All right.
God.
It should be something that we talk to them about a lot, and it shouldn't be.
I mean, really, a lot. That means that you didn't do a good job the first time.
Every morning, you should get them up, get their Fruity Pebbles in the bowl, and say, "Now you're not supposed to like flavors."
Okay, boys. This is how it's gonna go, Kevin. Okay, boys, eat your Fruit Loops.
Yeah.
Now, don't smoke.
Mm-hmm.
Don't vape. Don't get your dick wet. Go to school.
That's right. Don't shit where you eat. Be nice. Play with the others properly.
Someone pisses you off, you knock their teeth in.
And make sure you video it. No, yeah.
That's how I was taught in school.
Be a taboo subject.
All right, let's face it though, Lori, when kids are told not to do something, oftentimes we know the human psychology makes them want to do that.
Oh, damn straight.
There's a little hole in your theory, ain't there, Betty?
Hey, that sounds like Caleb. That sounds like Caleb. He said, you tell a kid not to do something, odds are they're going to do it.
You keep advertising to them, what's it going to do? It's going
to
just
add to the allure. So how do we avoid that and the urge to just try it once?
It's true. Kids have a lot against them. The vaping companies and the cigarette companies market kids by
how?
Show me.
I've asked repeatedly. Could you show me one of these so-called commercials that you're talking about, where people are the tobacco companies or the vape companies? I remember advertising to kids, because I've never seen a commercial from any of them advertising to kids. I mean, when Views had their commercial on, it was always on the news channels.
I remember
like the adult news channels.
Yeah,
Blue also.
I can't remember the name of it,
and they were none of them were marketing. All right, now I have to ask: did any kid see Steven Dorff on a commercial? And say, I want to grow up and be like that guy because he's 5'4" and he's a dork.
Why are you short hating people? Calm down, little people.
And what's her name? The one that killed Kurt Cobain? Courtney Love was also. She was an Enjoy commercial for a while.
Oh, I didn't know that one.
Yeah, no,
I don't
no
think I did.
kids bought product from her. I'll tell you that for sure.
Making these vapes different flavors that are appealing in different colors. And it's also very, very soothing to put something in your mouth when you're stressed out.
Whoa, hey, how you doing? What? Geez,
What-
Lori.
what-
This is an adult show, but come on.
Kevin,
Billy Mays.
when you were stressed out, did you like to put things in your mouth?
It's warm in here all of a sudden. Ooh. You know, I can't handle this test until I get a banana. What the fuck is she talking about?
I'm gonna put that whole thing in your mouth? Come on
What
now.
the hell is that?
You got to cup the balls, Kevin.
Are you?
So kids have a lot going against them, but kids are also pretty smart. And I
Janine, you
think
missed
that
it.
if you talk to them,
Now,
Back it up for Janine.
I,
Back it up.
as soon as I saw it,
very soothing to put
now Janine, I need
I'm gonna
a
flash
comment.
you.
I need a comment on this next sentence, just from Janine, because Janine is
Lori.
in the chat room now.
Lori's something.
All right.
Jesus.
the colors. And it's also very, very soothing to put something in your mouth when you're stressed out.
Yeah, when you're 2, it's called a pacifier.
And
What the fuck was Back it up was probably a bad choice of words.
I'm gonna cut that.
Oh Jesus.
I'm gonna cut that, and anytime Janine comes into the chat room, I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna play that sound file.
Jeez, oh hell no. Oh, you're making me cry. Lori, kudos to you for having the balls to say that
Yeah.
out loud.
So kids have a lot going against them, but kids are also pretty smart. And I think that if you talk to them in a way that you explain to them that companies are targeting kids, and the younger you start, the more likely you are not to be able to quit, and even starting at all, I think kids really get that. And also rewarding them for standing up to peer pressure and having an independent mind.
Yeah, it can be difficult though when their friends are doing it, when they see it on TV and movies, things like that.
Now, I saw my friends doing lots of stuff when I was in school that there's no fucking way I would have done.
You're sweetie. I know you're stressed. Here's a lollipop.
I mean, I had some friends that would go out with some of the ugliest. There's no way in hell you couldn't peer pressure me into that. I'm just saying. All kids do not model their behavior on their friend group. Period. And
She said no.
And in my entire life, I have never had an oral fixation where I wanted to nurse at the teat when I was stressed out. That's essentially, babies do that. Infants do that when they get stressed out. They want the teat or the whoopee or the binky or whatever it is that you call them. They're saying that teenagers do the same thing. They're oral fixated and they have to stick something in their mouth. That's bullshit.
American Academy of Pediatrics also notes that if your teen is already smoking, they should be encouraged to use e-cigarettes as an alternative. That's been a popular choice in recent years for many teens, but it's also not without risks. So how do we address that peer?
Now, what did he just say?
Independent mind.
Yeah, it can be difficult though when their friends are doing it, when they see it on TV and movies, things like that. The American Academy of Pediatrics also notes that if your teen is already smoking, they should be encouraged to use e-cigarettes.
I never heard that before.
Back it up. Say it, but what?
Mind.
Yeah, it can be difficult though when their friends are doing it, when they see it on TV and movies, things like that. The American Academy of Pediatrics also notes that if your teen is already smoking, they should be encouraged to use e-cigarettes as an alternative. That's been a popular.
I don't recall the American Pediatrics.
Where did this gem come from? What?
I don't
No,
I need to independently verify this because
Let's see if she can do so.
Choice in recent years for many teens, but it's also not without risks. So how do we address that peer pressure so that they don't do any of that? No vaping, no smoking.
Well, again, I think talking to your kids a lot and rewarding them for using their intuition. Does this feel like it's the right thing to do? Or are they doing it to be popular? And rewarding them for sticking up for themselves and sticking up for other people, not going along with the crowd, is a message that we should repeat to our children over and over again. And when you see it, reward it.
How can they be independent when they're going to do everything? What? Patrick, she didn't counter that. I don't understand. I'm confused. Did you find like
she didn't even touch on the fact that apparently the American Pediatric Association,
how did I miss
parents
this?
let their kids vape if they're smoking?
Where did you get that?
I'm gonna have to independently find this.
You're gonna have to clip that and say, "Hey, look at here."
I'm gonna put that on a new intro video for next week. And then I'm gonna add that to Charlie's list.
There you go. Some guy in Newsjacks 4.
I know. I'm gonna do a deep dive. I'm gonna find it. If it exists, I will find it.
And that will help them when they're in these stressful situations.
I want to ask this. If you are a parent and you know that your kid's up to something that's not healthy for them, that's not good for them, but you don't really know how to broach that subject, how to bring it up, do you have any like simple advice to just make it a little bit less stressful for the parent and for the teenager or the child?
Why is it anybody's job to make parenting less stressful for the parent?
Because they've never been a parent. This is stressing me out thinking about it. Poor Janine.
Well, of course, you have to try not to be punishing, because that makes kids go.
No, that's how you correct behavior.
There's no consequence, honey. Just do
whatever you want, because I'm not going to hit you. I'm not going to punish you.
I got TikTok shit to do. What do you want?
You're going to do whatever it is you're going to do. I can't stop you. So
you're interrupting my screen time.
Well, under the radar and hide from you even more. Remember when you were a kid, you probably snuck some things and tried some things you shouldn't have. That's part.
That's accurate.
Kids experiment.
Accusatory wench.
Oh, kids experiment.
What? Look at Janine's all confused. She's thinking she's watching the Tonight Show or something.
This lady's a comedian.
Being a kid. So if you can be firm but loving to say, let's talk about this. I'm not going to punish you, but I want you to.
Then the kids are just going to keep doing it. I'm not going to punish you. Oh, okay. I'll just keep doing it then.
Let's talk about this.
Come to me and let's talk about why you felt you need to do this or want to do this. And let's try to work on me supporting you.
Actually, I do support that. I mean, we need to ask why these kids are doing it first. And nobody, I mean, this is the first time I've ever had somebody actually say, we need to ask why.
I'm rooting for her.
So now, how dare the tobacco control people are going to attack her for saying, be compassionate, talk to your addicted child.
Not without
not do it anymore.
Yeah, good advice. Lori Osachi, always a pleasure to have you on, adding your expertise from the Body Image Counseling Center. Thank you so much.
The Body Image Counseling Center, Kevin.
Well, I don't know what that really entails. I don't use that big word, entails.
Well, I used edification earlier, and you got mad.
She's an interesting person. She doesn't like conflict, obviously. Patrick, what have you been doing now? There won't be any consequences.
Okay, all right.
Just tell me.
I'm gonna turn my camera off.
Oh, good Lord!
You need to hang out here and be in charge for like 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Just entertain the people for a second.
Oh, see, I can't share screen.
You don't need to share screen. You don't have to share screen to be entertaining, Kevin.
Well, I don't know about entertaining.
Tell dirty jokes or something. I'll be right back.
No, tell dirty jokes.
I'm not even gonna mute.
You're not even gonna mute. Well, good. Let me find my little message here. Somebody sent me a link. VAEP. They have, and I think we talked about this 2 weeks ago, a compilation of videos that Kelly and company are producing. So I'm not paying attention to you guys in the background. But this one is called, when it comes up.
Yeah, that's the other ginger.
The other ginger. So Kelly has
the much prettier ginger.
Vape, VAEP. Concept video 12. Vaping and youth smoking was the last one I was sent, I believe. Yesterday. So I don't know what you're doing, but
I had to refill my drink, and I didn't. Normally, I bring my drink into the office with me, and I didn't this evening, so I had to run and get it. I didn't run. I just walked briskly.
You walk swiftly.
Now, if you're trying to share a video, Kevin, you know it's gonna
at your age. No. I'm not sharing it. I'm
okay.
Fast forwarding it by the second without doing anything. She said, "Do you know the first source?" Or this video says, "The first source of nicotine a youth inhales impacts whether they become a smoker or not." Did you know that?
Yes.
And 14% cigarettes. Imagine that. And became smokers, while only 0.7 that tried. I can't do this. Tried vaping first.
Yeah, you're bodying like crazy.
There you are. I need to see. I'll turn it off.
Yeah, the more you open other windows on your computer, you start bodying.
I know.
You start bodying.
That's why I don't see messages.
I'm gonna digress for a minute. I'm gonna digress off of our topic. I gotta scroll down substantially because I've had a. Here we go. All right. So this week, Kevin.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna share this. This has nothing to do directly about vaping, but it does have to do with advocacy and the things that we do and how we present ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So this is about hemp and CBD, or hemp. So this Elaine Walters, and I don't know how this showed up on my feed because at the time I didn't know anybody that's participating in this conversation.
Okay.
So anyway, John is talking about marijuana. Marijuana is a great medication for some people. I don't use it now, but I used to for 3 years. It can cause anxiety, depends on factors like the strain and the potency, consistency, method of consumption matters too. Edibles were really decent as muscle relaxers. So she says, John, I don't think anyone would stop people in pain having access to medicinal cannabis. We don't have it in Texas. It is when people use it for non-medical reasons or euphemistically named recreational use that creates problems. I don't even have a problem with that, to tell you the truth. So this fella C-nut, squirrel nut. Now, and you'll see Mr. Squirrel Nut and I have a conversation. And I'm not anti-hemp. Everybody in here knows. I think people should have whatever they should be able to do whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
So, all right, he starts out pretty okay. He says, Elaine, again with the naivete, cannabis is arguably the safest of all drugs, no contributory deaths. I would say that's not factual. There are people that have died while under the influence of cannabis because of poor judgment. The cannabis itself didn't do it, but driving while under the influence can affect you. People are being denied access to this herb with 12,000-year history of interaction with humanity and humanity's greatest all-around plant. I would disagree and say psilocybin is probably even better.
But now that I know what that is, yeah, maybe. I don't know.
I would argue that psilocybin has maybe fewer off not biochemically uses. I mean, I don't see them making clothes and paper out of psilocybin, but I think medicinally psilocybin has way more applications than cannabis does. And I would say that psilocybin is probably nature's greatest medicine. So anyway, he comes down here with medical facts about cannabis, which is fine. I'm not going to dispute any of this because probably most of it is true. This is where I have a problem with Mr. Squirrel Nut. So Mr. Squirrel Nut says the U.S. Constitution is written on hemp. The Gutenberg Bible is hemp marijuana paper for you. Thomas Jefferson was most likely the America's first drug trafficker. Again, that's not true because he was not the first person to grow hemp in America. He imported special hemp seeds. Abraham Lincoln's wife was from the biggest hemp farming family in Kentucky, and George Washington grew it. Now, there is some factual stuff in here. Yes, Abraham Lincoln's wife, Mary Todd, was from a very large agricultural family in Kentucky, and they did grow hemp. I could find no evidence that said that they were the biggest hemp farm in Kentucky, but yes. And George Washington, I did find historical information on the George Washington archives that said that, yes, hemp was grown on Mount Vernon, but not for commercial use. They used it to make rope and twine for their own uses on the farm. Now, I scroll down here because I know this information because, as you can see and understand, I worship the U.S. Constitution. I keep a copy of it at hand at all times. And the Declaration is also part of this document. Anyway, the Gutenberg Bible was printed on vellum calfskin. 35 copies of the Gutenberg Bible was printed on vellum calfskin, not hemp. And another 145 copies of the Gutenberg Bible were written on scritta paper, which is cotton-based, not hemp. So I said none were printed on hemp. So he says it depends on your sources. I have multiple blah, blah, blah. So I told him, I said, my source is the National Archives for the Constitution and the founding documents for the information on the breakdown of the Gutenberg Bible, on what numbers were printed on vellum and what was printed on cotton. I got that from the Library of Congress and the Gutenberg Museum, not some strange hemp promoting website. Mm-hmm. So then later on, he said, okay, I will change my notes. I debate a lot, and the best way to lose a debate is to lie or to falsify. But there are different sources out there that give conflicting information. I want to be honest, and I appreciate your input and your feedback. Please feel free to enlighten me. So I did.
Back it up.
So I said the U.S. Constitution was not written on hemp paper. It is on sheepskin parchment with iron gall ink. Most commercially available paper was hemp paper here in the United States, but none of our founding documents are on hemp paper. Drafts were likely on hemp because that's what the paper was at the time, but the final documents are on parchment. And I said, look, hemp is an amazing crop with tons of applications. CBD and other extracts can work wonders. There is no reason anyone needs to regurgitate easily disproven information just to justify hemp use. Jefferson did cultivate it for market. Yes, Mary Todd Lincoln was from a wealthy family from Kentucky that grew hemp. 2 of her sisters were married to Confederate Army generals, and one of her cousins was a Confederate Army general. Not sure if that matters, just fun fact. Washington chose to grow it, but only on Mount Vernon for use as rope, and they had a fishery at Mount Vernon, and they used it for netting. But yes, I mean, people are so in love with whatever it is that they love. Like, we love vaping. We love, nicotine. Yeah. This guy loves hemp. Great. But do not just believe everything that you read on the internet, because people will write whatever it is that they want on their internet. So yeah, I did a lot more research. So he said, I said, in the old world, sources for linen and vellum were plentiful. That's cotton-based paper and animal-based paper. In America and other colonies, vellum and cotton sources were in short supply. We had cotton, but we didn't have the manufacturing facilities to make linen paper. Hemp was not cultivated in Europe. So obviously, none of his examples of European use of hemp are accurate. So it says, and this, he says, he's now giving European stuff. He says, the Magna Carta and the King James Bible were written on hemp paper, as was the first draft. And I already said, of course, maybe the drafts, but the final documents were never. Then he says Rembrandt, Van Gogh, and Gainsbourg, those are all famous painters, used hemp oil paint on hemp paper. And the Americans so I already disproved the Constitution. So with a few minutes on Google, I went to websites dedicated to the works of these people. So Gainsbourg, he used stretched cotton canvas, linseed, and poppy oil for his oil-based paints, but he was also a frequent sketcher. So he might have sketched and charcoaled on hemp paper, but I doubt it because, again, Europe. Van Gogh printed on traditional cotton canvas, and the website for the Van Gogh Museum actually told what company supplied the canvas and what oils he used for his oil paints and for his dilutions. And then Rembrandt, the same thing. They have actual testing on his canvases printed right on his right on this website that tells you what pigments he used, so forth and so on. I said, look, dude, I'm not being a jerk. But the Magna Carta says right here on the British archives, it's written on sheepskin parchment.
Yeah.
It's right there. Boom. So I was like, always, no matter how much you love the thing that you're trying to advocate for, make sure that you're using reputable sources and not some just, I went to the actual government websites. I went to the archives. I went to the printers' families' websites,
Right. And good for him for saying, hey, I debate a lot.
And he did. He said,
Yeah, that's good.
But when he told me, feel free to educate me.
Sure. Well,
of course, I'm going to do that.
Right. He didn't think he could.
But literally, it was a 5-minute Google search.
Right.
To find all of that information about all three of the artists, what paints they used, what canvases they used, the information about the Magna Carta, the King James Bible, all of that took less than 5 minutes to debunk the entire thing that he commented on.
Right.
Like I said, hemp is an amazing thing. Why do you have to make up shit?
Right.
You don't have to make up shit. It's awesome. Just say the awesome things. Don't rely on nonsense. It doesn't matter even. Literally, it doesn't matter whether any of those things were printed on hemp paper using hemp oil inks or what. It doesn't matter. That is incidental.
Yeah.
We know for a fact that you can make fabric out of hemp, that you can make hemp clothes, that you can why? I mean, there's no disputing that.
You can roof your home. You can tie up your mother.
For some reason, I think it adds more prestige to, the American Constitution. No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, I learned
it's just the fact that it was making my skin crawl that he was just regurgitating nonsensical stuff about the U.S. Constitution.
But Patrick,
that I had to correct him, and I don't know how I found this, Kevin. It was just on my Facebook or on my Twit.
Somebody liked it that
It could possibly be, but I was just.
I learned when I watched Dazed and Confused that George was a stoner, and this hurts me a little, but that's okay.
Actually,
because that was my source.
That quote about George Washington is
Yeah.
spurious and disproven.
Well, yeah, but what did I learn from Dazed and Confused?
Nothing.
Exactly.
There is a line in Dazed and Confused that the entire revolution was because a bunch of rich white guys didn't want to pay their taxes. That might actually be true.
That's the only part that's sort of factual. And then they came here and charged other people taxes.
Well, we got to pay taxes so that we have
Eventually.
bullets for all the, and missiles. We got to have all that stuff.
Well, yeah.
All right.
Paul
So,
comes
Kevin-
wandering in a couple hours later.
2 hours and 2 minutes in, and Kevin Tic Tac shows up. All right, Kevin. This next video I picked out just for you.
Oh.
But I have to wait for it to open.
I'm ready.
This.
Look at that orange man.
I'm orange again. This TV channel uses a lot of orange. I'm just gonna do an entire show with an orange screen like that. Just so I'm gonna get me a fake Donald Trump wig, and then I'm just gonna do an entire show.
Get you hold a carrot. Just for contrasting.
I'm gonna have to look up words that he uses, like bigly and
China.
Huge, winning. You're gonna be so tired of winning. Huge. But okay, let me open this one. Let's present this and click the. I gotta share.
Don't delay it like you did the opening.
No. This one. Here we go, Kev. This is just for you.
All right, I'm ready.
Well, I have a question for y'all. How many cups of coffee have you already had this morning? Well, if you didn't
38.
know, National
How many?
38.
38. Okay.
Caffeine Awareness Month. And worldwide, nearly 2 billion cups of coffee are consumed every single day. But some experts say there is a thing as too much coffee.
What?
There's no such thing.
Is too much coffee?
What is wrong with her?
That's a spurious lie.
What is wrong with this woman?
Spurious, I say.
What can I get started for you? The sounds of freshly brewed coffee
And people living.
signals the start of the day for many.
I drink it because I enjoy
He drinks it because he enjoys it.
the taste.
The taste.
I probably drink more coffee than water, which is not a good thing.
I started drinking coffee when I was like 5.
But sometimes the jolt
All right.
from just one cup
I gotta
of
go
Joe
back to this
It
here.
used to be a lot more.
or two.
Right after this girl. Okay, this guy. This guy is wearing a Hardee's beanie hat. Okay.
I started drinking coffee when I was like 5.
All right. Now I gotta.
Kudos to
this
him.
guy's- All right, he's wearing. God, stop it. So he's wearing a beanie, a Hardee's beanie,
Yeah.
a bright red vest, and a bright red necktie.
Well, he looks good.
Now, does he actually work at Hardee's, or is this just he's just wearing a Hardee's hat? Do
It could be
people
a
at Hardee's?
fashion
We don't have a Hardee's here.
We do here.
Do they wear red ties and red vests at Hardee's?
I don't go in there. I don't know. Those
used to-
places scare me, Patrick.
Why? Do you go to McDonald's?
No. Oh, God.
You're afraid of McDonald's?
No, I'm not afraid. I just don't like it. It's no.
McDonald's actually has decent coffee, Kevin.
Coffee, not food.
Yeah. No, I don't know.
To me,
Sometimes the jolt from just one cup
It used to be a lot more.
a jolt. Remember Jolt?
isn't enough.
Get a black coffee to go in whatever this gentleman wants.
There's a couple of common myths brewing about coffee. Number one, it can stunt your growth.
Research shows that is
Bullshit.
Number two, one too many cups and you may be up all night.
Each person.
Well, according to my sexual prowess, as Patrick mentioned earlier, I may need that.
I could drink 4 cups of coffee, Kevin.
Yeah.
and go right to bed.
I drink coffee all day. I'm drinking coffee and then I go to bed, Patrick. Look, see?
I know.
So, Janine, it's like another kind of McDonald's.
It's
a
like
hamburger,
it's actually
fries.
in the Carl's Jr. family of like fast food burger type restaurants.
Yeah. It's okay. It's not my cup of tea.
Yeah. Hardee's either owns Carl's Jr. or Carl's Jr. owns Harvey, but we don't have either one of them here in South Texas.
Yeah. They're okay.
Right.
Each person responds to coffee or the caffeine in coffee differently. So some people are more sensitive to it, and it could cause insomnia for some people.
Number 3, coffee can be bad for your heart.
What we're seeing
Bullshit.
show is associated with drinking coffee is less likely of certain chronic diseases like.
Did you hear her? Less
No.
likely. Let's go back and don't talk while she's talking, Kevin, so that we can hear her say the awesome things that she's going to say.
Coffee is less likely of certain chronic diseases like heart disease, some cancers, possibly diabetes.
Number 50.
Less heart
Likely.
disease, less cancer, less diabetes and dementia.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I have a follow-up.
I'm waiting. Go ahead.
Are you old enough to, or paying attention enough to remember eggs are good, eggs are bad, eggs are good, eggs are bad, eggs are good? Have you gone through that full? Yeah. They do this with coffee about every 3 years. And I don't know if it's big tea
but
or big
the
soft
expert
drink.
the expert is refuting every one of these, Kevin.
Exactly. Because they do it every time.
Whether it's hot or ice.
The iced matcha with oat and the iced chai with oat.
Health benefits that we
What's
see.
all those flavors are talking?
Iced matcha it's a tea, Kevin. It's
Mocha,
an
choca,
Asian-
fucking, I don't even understand.
and they used oat.
Oat.
I'm sorry.
Oat
I don't want
coffee.
hay with my coffee.
Meh. Oat?
It's oat milk, but I'm being the smart ass, Kevin.
I don't understand.
So all these fucking hippies. So
Yeah.
okay, I'm going off on the milk here. I'm a vitamin D pasteurized whole milk guy. I don't want no 2%. I don't want no damn skim. I want regular old milk.
Yeah.
Vitamin D with the red. It's the kind that has the red cap. You know, they're color coded, right?
Yeah.
Then they come out with all the nut milks, right? So they have almond milk.
They don't
and
lactate.
pistachio milk and cashew milk, and then they found out that nut derivatives actually reduce testosterone.
Yeah.
And so now
didn't know
your nut oils, we're
Mhm.
finding out that cooking oils from those sources are actually bad for testosterone. Mostly soy products. But yeah, so now they got to find something else to make milk out of, even though we have plenty of cows.
Putting off methane gas all day long.
And the moment I see someone say lactose intolerant, because there's obviously going to be somebody in this fucking chat room, I love them all, that's going to say, well, I'm lactose intolerant. You are a mammal. Scientifically, it is impossible.
Peanut oil. I like peanuts.
So now Tic Tac is in the chat room saying peanut oil is good. No wonder we call him Tic Tac. I just regurgitated scientific fact that all of the nut oils and nut byproducts actually reduce testosterone. So go ahead and have all the peanut oil you want.
But I like peanuts and sunflower seeds.
Well, your body doesn't now in regular
cashews.
nuts, the oils are not as substantially high as the extracted oils are. So you can have nuts as long as you don't eat nuts all day. I know that you like nuts, Kevin.
Damn. Well, that lady earlier said, never mind.
And Janine, I would love to know how the hell they milk the almonds. They don't have any udders.
Can't. Gottlieb said in 2018 that they cannot milk an almond. He said that on national television or some other fucking thing. Who's Lady Marmalade? But Mocha
Lady
Choca
Marmalade?
Poca. I don't know.
Oh, that's from the song.
Oh, did they actually say that? Mocha Choca? I didn't know that. I stole it then. I don't know. Have I ever heard it, Patrick? I don't think I have.
What, Lady Marmalade? Of course you have.
I have? All right.
It's like an old 70s song, and then they remade it with Pink,
I'll look it
Christina Aguilera. And...
Oh, no, I ain't heard that. But
but it was a big disco song in the 70s. You know the fucking song.
Then I probably would sing right along.
I'd have to ask Janine to come in and sing it because I don't know the lyrics. But I do know that I do know the song. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what that means?
No idea.
Will you come over to my house tonight?
Oh, I thought it meant turn on the light, the disco thing, but all right. All right. That's fine.
Yeah. Do you want to come over to my house tonight?
I don't remember the Mocha Choca.
Yeah. Anyway, at the end when they're doing the jive, it's Patti LaBelle. Yeah, LaBelle. You're right. Not the remake for Moulin Rouge. Now I will watch that music video muted all day, every day.
Is that a fixation of some sort, Patrick?
Hey, dude, I'm telling you what. Christina Aguilera. I mean, I'm an old man.
You are old.
Oh, yeah. Will you sleep with me tonight? That's right.
Well, Janine,
yes,
we barely know each other.
I will come over and sleep. No problem. I could sleep anywhere at any time. Now, I do. If you want to hug, if you want to cuddle, that's okay. You know, I don't mind. But I do want to sleep. You know.
Oh. So
I know the animal magnetism is unbearable, but you know.
She said, "Oops." So is this National Caffeine Awareness Month? It's like the 22nd, and I've not heard of it. Why not?
Because you just don't go around the right circles. I don't know.
I guess.
All right, let's keep going. It's almost done.
With coffee drinkers, we're talking about black coffee that's unsweetened.
Experts say having an additional cup or two can do more than just get you through the day.
Well, there.
So that was ultimately not as negative as you know. The headline, the title of the show did not present it that way, but
I really don't care if you like.
And ultimately, that wasn't even. I mean, that was that. I saw that video while looking at another video from the same people.
And you thought of me, didn't you?
And I said, Kevin will love to see this video because
I appreciate
the title doesn't. The title says that nicotine is or that caffeine is bad and coffee is bad, but then ultimately they say no, caffeine is good and coffee is good.
I don't understand. I guess is why what I want, do, have, need, think I want, or consume is any of your fucking business. Shut up. Leave me alone.
Kevin,
not you, them
Kevin,
people. Those
all
people.
of those things are my business. Every one of those things you just said is my business.
For you, yes, you're right. Yeah. That's correct.
I want you to be sure that I'm the boss of you and that I know all of it.
Well, no, I've got that little contract. By the way, Janine, I did say earlier that I love Nick, but I love you more. So there you
Actually, Bruni says sleep over at Patrick's. I counted the available sleeping spaces in my house. If we had a gathering at my house,
like a little Patrick party,
I have enough couches and places for people to sleep in this house. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yeah.
6, 7, 8, 9, and that's just couches. That's not
What?
counting the guest rooms.
In the garage, you got the garage.
Well, no, the
And-
cars are in the fucking garage. The
No, you're
cars
going to have to
never-
move those out. We'll have
No,
more
no, no.
people.
The cars never spend the night outside of the garage, Kevin. That's not counting. I have enough room
That's the
for 1,
first
2,
floor, right?
3, 4, 5. 5 more people in bedrooms. So we could sleep quite a few people in my house.
And you could double them up. I mean, there's
No, I've already done that. So
I've
everybody
done
would
that.
have to be close enough to sleep beside somebody.
And floor
because-
space. You got plenty of floor
Because
space.
I have a couch that's the entire couch reclines, and 4 people could sleep side by side on that.
I get to sleep in your office though, because I'm special, right?
You could sleep in this chair or put your foot up on the stool like I do
I
sometimes
would.
when I
I
fall
would.
asleep.
Oh, I would.
Yeah,
Let's
we'd
all
have to
get
have-
together at Patrick's, my
We're
friend.
gonna have to wear nighties and have pillow fights.
Oh yeah,
But,
we got to
okay.
do pillow fights.
Yeah.
Can we bring coffee? Can I just?
I
Bring
have
my
a
own?
coffee pot. I have 4 coffee pots, Kevin.
By golly,
I have one.
wouldn't
I
do
have
that.
a Hamilton Beach coffee pot that makes 16 cups of coffee all at one time.
Oh, well, I'll bring my bun. Thank you.
For when I'm entertaining. Then I have the Ninja coffee bar. I have an
No.
espresso machine. I have a French
No.
press.
No.
I have a pour over.
I'll just bring my bun and my Folgers.
I want a percolator. That's the one that I don't have.
That's
It's an old fashioned percolator.
Oh, I remember that sound.
And I will promise you this, Kevin. The percolator makes the best coffee.
It does. I remember my grandmother's. I am not wearing a nightie, Janine.
Oh, he's going au naturel. He's sleeping regimental.
Me and Bruni. Bruni's going to be my roomie.
All right, let's see. Now, this next video is the actual video from the Wednesday Wellness series that's about our topic. But I saw the coffee one, and I was like, oh, I'm going to show this to Kevin.
See, thank you.
So here's the orange screen again.
There's a new troubling study on vaping in the U.S. The American Cancer Society finds more younger adults are using e-cigarettes. Naomi Rucka.
Now, she says young adults.
Well, yeah.
Do people
Over
not
18.
understand that if they're adults, then they're adults? And why are you trying to control their behavior if they're adults?
The age of majority is 18. Agreed?
Yes.
They've convinced themselves that they have to be at least 30 before they're.
Well, no, they
on
say
their own.
18 to 29. But let's go.
And has more on the concerning numbers.
It's considered a serious public health concern. Now, a new study shows a significant increase in vaping among younger adults. According to the American Cancer Society, almost 750,000 more young adults ages 18 to 29 in the United States.
Young adults, 18 to 29. They're adults.
Your fellow voters.
Why are you trying to control their behavior? This is social engineering. I mean,
there you go.
Are we somehow circling back to the topic at the beginning of the show where we're talking about dystopias? Because that's what this is. This is social engineering. This is changing the way people think so that they think the way that you want them to think.
Double plus good.
Wow. Used e-cigarettes between 2019 and 2021.
The more troubling aspect of it is that this increase was restricted to those who had never smoked combustible.
Great. That means that they won't die of cancer.
What part of the problem am I missing?
Adults are making choices that they want to do something that they enjoy that doesn't have harm. How is this bad?
Why do I care?
Yes, and
over 18.
So Kevin. So the new socially acceptable thing is to not judge people by who they sleep with, what they do in their privacy of their own bedroom. Yeah. However, adults making those choices, not children, obviously. Right. But that's yet, here we go, a different behavior that it's not okay for people to make their own choices.
You damn vapor people.
So How can they not understand that this is the same exact thing? This is the same exact thing. People should not judge people. People should not try to control people's behaviors.
Not really.
Adults' behaviors.
Really, they shouldn't. No.
No matter what, whether it's the use of nicotine or where they stick their pee or whatever,
skipping their rent. Who gives a shit?
Well, no, skipping their rent is that. No, they pay the.
That's their
rent.
problem, not
Be
mine.
responsible adult people.
There just aren't enough smokers. There really aren't enough smokers to sustain these motherfuckers, and that's the problem.
Of course, we have a smoker and a barbecue here. What are you? I can smoke.
Oh, Patrick will be cooking. His wife will be gone for a month, but he's gonna cook.
No. The moment you messy motherfuckers come into the house, she's going on vacation. Because there's no fucking way she would handle that.
And she's gonna tell you exclusively.
No, actually, I'm the obsessive compulsive in the house. I won't even let her clean the floors in this house because I always have to do it twice.
Now I know it's a free for all. We're gonna make a mess.
Oh, I will cut a motherfucker.
Stop judging me and my behavior, sir.
2.5 million young adults.
Look at this new number: 2.5 million young adults.
Well, if you got now, the 2.1 to now over 3 million youths, now you got 2.68 in 2021.
And there's going to be a second quoting of the same study by the American Cancer Society later that has a completely different number. Just saying.
2.68. All right, I got that.
Yeah. Okay. Keep going.
Who used e-cigarettes in 2021 had never smoked traditional cigarettes.
They have short-term impacts on our lung airways. They have cardiovascular risks because of the nicotine in them.
That's a lie.
It's a risk. It's not a lie.
No. It's a lie, Kevin. It's a lie. We showed the American Cardiovascular Society's paper 4 weeks ago that showed, and I've already quoted it tonight. I'll quote it again.
May, could, might.
No difference in cardiovascular risk between exclusive vapors and people that neither vape nor smoke. Exactly the same risk.
Because we're just like those people and they don't like it.
The humidor's in the closet, actually. And
we'll find it. Bernie will find it.
I do put the Bovita packs in it every month. Still.
We'll do some reconnaissance while he's drinking.
You have to get past the whiskey to get to the...
Well, we got to get you the whiskey. That's Patrick, give us a drink.
You got to provide the whiskey. I'll take you to the. We have a store here called Total Wine that is bigger than Walmart.
Oh wow!
In size.
Is there flavors?
All they do is sell wine. They have like a third of the store is wine, and then a third of the store is whiskeys and liquors, and then a third of the store is a giant walk-in cooler. Giant walk-in cooler with like 5,000 different kinds of beer.
Oh my gosh.
This is Texas, baby.
Wow.
The variety of flavors that are included in e-cigarettes. And importantly, we don't know the long-term impacts of using these products.
So wait, Patrick.
Young adults, the highest risk group for
You got your quote there, Kevin. It didn't come in the last video, but it came in this video.
Did she just say that adults between 18 and 29 like flavors?
Let's check it out again.
Cigarettes. And importantly, we don't know the long-term impacts of using these products.
With young adults, the highest risk group for nicotine addiction, researchers say these numbers are going in the wrong direction.
There are several studies, but I can't name any of them.
No. Because I'm in my kitchen.
And you know damn well, Kevin, I just cited studies, and I can tell you who published them.
We have links.
And I'm not a PhD.
No, I don't. Neither am I.
And you're a cabbie.
Well, that's pretty nice of you.
There are several studies, strong evidence that shows starting with e-cigarettes leads to progression to combustible tobacco products.
No studies, none, zero,
Zero.
none. They quote studies, but that do not exist. That can.
Well, strong suggestions.
It's all about. Well, we believe.
PUD. I haven't heard that in years. Who's a PUD?
I'm not a PUD.
I haven't heard that in a long time.
I don't pull my PUD at all.
Including cigarettes.
And the American Cancer Society says that is something we don't want to happen. Naomi Ruckham, CBS News, New York.
They don't want people to not smoke. That's something that they don't want.
Well, I just said that earlier that they're members.
Let's go back.
Tobacco products, including cigarettes.
And the American Cancer Society says that is something we don't want to happen. Naomi Ruckham, CBS News, New York.
Yeah.
So adults like flavors.
Well, nobody. You know, what frightens me about the whole thing is this woman is on TV, the general public. I almost said morons. The general public will believe it just because she has credentials after her name. She used a lot of generalizations. She used a lot of non-scientific stuff. There are several studies, but didn't quote any of them, didn't cite anything because they don't exist.
No.
Nobody. If you asked a real scientist and put him over a barrel and said, prove to me, show me some science that somebody is going from vaping to cigarettes, other than when you reduce access.
No.
Because it doesn't exist.
No.
The only time people go from vaping to smoking is when you take vaping away from them.
So sad.
Period. I'll die on that fucking hill every time.
I'll hold him down.
You better grow some muscles and go to the gym, boy.
Fine. I drink all that coffee. I don't know.
Well, but I drink coffee as well.
Have you ever vaped happy? Because I'm curious.
I'm never happy, Kevin.
I'm so happy to find this. I thought I lost it, and there it was.
I have a whole stack of swag from the Plume Room.
I've got a couple other things that I didn't share this evening yet.
Oh,
I won't tonight.
Do you have one of these?
See. It's right here. Oh shit, where'd it go?
No, it's right here. It fell down or something. That's my spare. I have. Oh, here's. No, this is my. Do you have one of these?
It's in here. Yeah, that's it. I think I got 4 of them. 3 of them.
Oh.
Shit, where'd it go? Logan might have took it.
You know, I'm sure Andrew probably has 10,000 of those because nobody ever bought any.
I got the cluster. Oh, it won't show up.
Poor guy was looking at ways to help you and I keep the lights on, and nobody helped.
Great.
Bruni, not Bruni. What's his name? Did buy some T-shirts. He had to get them shipped all the way to New Zealand. My glow-in-the-dark tank protector is still on my glow-in-the-dark. It's still on a tank, but I haven't been vaping. I haven't been vaping. I've been on the billet boxes for like 2 months now. I haven't vaped anything but this or this or this or this.
Troop said, "What did you do with your glow-in-the-dark tank protector?"
It's still on the tank, but the tank is over there. I'm not vaping it right now.
This glows in the dark.
Yeah. I've been vaping the same. You know, I got a rebuildable for each one of these billet boxes, so I've just been vaping these.
Mm-hmm.
But I still have all of it. I still have a bag of them here somewhere.
A bag.
Yeah, I think he sent me like 20 of them or something. I have a bunch. I have to go looking.
Dang.
I know, right?
Oh.
Here's another doctor. Here's another doctor making a documentary about vaping, Kevin.
My ass doctor.
Yeah, let's get your opinion on this piece.
All right, fine.
All right.
And the impact of screens on children. That's what one physician set out to find out in a new documentary called Screenagers, exploring how our digital age affects teens and how they make decisions about vaping, using alcohol, and drugs. Joining us this morning to discuss more about this is Ellie Lerma. She is featured in this documentary. Welcome, Ellie. Thanks for driving in from back.
Now, and this is a fucking Texan. This is what pisses me off. Three of these bad videos have been from Texas this week.
Oh.
This is a
Thanks to see us. So tell us about your role in this film.
So my role was the vaping e-cigarette nicotine. And it was just all about my story on how I was able to quit. I actually went to TikTok and I made a video and I was able to influence millions of people to also do the same.
So she is saying that vaping is so easy to quit. All you have to do is make a TikTok video or watch a TikTok video and people will quit. That's what you just said right there. It's so easy to quit. I just watched a video or made a video. It helped millions. She said, I've helped millions of people quit smoking, quit vaping. Wow. Yeah, let me just reverse that a little bit. Let's go back over here.
Must be the coffee.
It was all about my story on how I was able to quit. I actually went to TikTok and I made a video and I was able to influence millions of people to also do the same.
Wow. Millions. So there's no kids vaping anymore because this girl made a TikTok video, Kevin.
Okay, good night.
She influenced millions of people to quit vaping.
Okay, good night. Thanks for coming.
We're going to need a whole new thing.
Wow.
Don't
be talking to me about no.
This girl made a TikTok video and millions of people quit vaping, and now there's no need to. We don't have a purpose anymore, Kevin.
Well, we should give ourselves at least a 30-day notice because we can talk about how many people have lied.
Yeah.
From there to there, and then
I'm kind of concerned. I'm kind of concerned about this aquarium on this table here.
Is that what that is?
There's no water in it, but there's cactuses in it.
Is it a terrarium or an aquarium?
I'm being facetious.
Well, looks are deceiving.
The fish isn't going to survive there because there's no water, though.
They can suck the water out of that plant, though, probably.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so let's back up. How did social media affect your judgment about vaping in the first place?
I was seeing a lot of things on my For You page saying, this is why I'm quitting vaping. This is why I'm quitting vaping. And I would just continue to scroll because I didn't want to hear the information until I was ready to quit myself.
Okay. And so how hard or easy was it to quit?
It was pretty difficult because I had to change my entire environment. I wasn't going out and socializing with the people who I used to. And that was probably the hardest thing, was just the isolation and also just being as real through that process.
So apparently if you hang out with people, if you socialize with people, then you can't.
Well, you can't be friends if they stop because then your friendship is like a farce to begin with or something. I don't know.
I'm kind of confused here because that would be illogical. You would think that you need more social interaction to reduce the stress, so it would be easier for you to quit smoking.
Oh, no, fuck them.
Or vaping.
Oh, no.
As I could.
Are you saying that all your friends vaped and so that...
A lot of them did during that time.
So what was their reaction when you quit? You just told me that you have not vaped in 10 months. Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you. Yes, it's been awesome. Their reaction, it kind of was able to let me know who was going to support me and who wasn't through that. And
now, I will have to say that this TV station screwed up because they didn't mic her.
Yeah.
So the reason her volume is so much lower than the interviewer is that she's mic'd and this one isn't. That's unprofessional.
And never mind.
And I definitely lost some friends through that process and was able to create new friends.
So, okay. All right. So, Kevin, did you have
What?
friends in school that did not smoke?
Yes.
So, if one of your friends that did smoke stopped smoking, would you suddenly not be friends with them anymore because they stopped smoking?
No, but if you quit vaping, I'm not going to like you any more than I don't like you now. So
That's fine.
something. That's something, ain't it? Right? I mean, I don't think I've ever based my friendship upon.
I don't like anybody anyway, so it's fine. No.
Well, that's why I like
Other
you
than
sometimes.
Janine, I adore Janine, but everybody else, I don't like you.
If you don't like her, she'll hurt you probably.
And Toasty Cheese,
yeah,
I don't know you that well yet, so I don't know whether I like you or dislike you. But
James has a great comment that you'll have to how to pull your Pud TikTok thing.
That might get censored because I think only children use TikTok anyway. And having a picture or video of me pulling my Pud on TikTok would probably be considered,
call it Pud Whacker or something. It might go viral.
That probably wouldn't. That probably would not. I'm just saying.
Who are also, focused on health in this time.
And so what do you want people to learn from this documentary?
I want people to learn that it is never too late to live a healthier lifestyle, and that the greatest form of self-love is
Now she's talking about self-love. We have to be very careful here because I don't know what her age is. I mean, she looks like she's 20, 25 years old, but I don't know.
I don't either.
So we do not promote self-love.
I want you to hate yourselves.
I'm trying to cover all of our bases here, just in case.
How many bases are there, though? Really,
I have to be careful these days because I've been seeing people losing their channels and getting their Twitters locked again. And
you see, I found it. He moved.
I saw that.
He just moved it. He's a sneaky little thing.
sometimes saying no to what feels really good in the moment.
Oh, personal choice.
We have to be careful. She's talking about saying no to things that feel good, even I'm kind of concerned. I don't know if I want to hit play again, but okay, let's go.
For a long-term reward, and I promise it's worth it. So many amazing opportunities have come my way since I have really taken this journey.
I mean, that takes a lot of brain.
Oh, because now she gets to put in her college applications that she was the subject of a documentary film.
Yeah.
So, her
interviews.
Yeah, but I'm just saying is that her enrollment score is going to go up just because of, they do take into consideration your extracurricular activities and things like that when you're getting into big prestigious schools,
So you were a vapor. That's good. And then you weren't a vapor. That's good.
And they made a film about you. You're in a film. Oh my God!
So
we're going to break 5 other people just so that we can get you.
So were you breaking the law when you were vaping? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, no,
we'll note that.
Vaping strength to fight peer pressure,
Absolutely.
Right? And tell me, physically, what differences did you notice after you stopped vaping?
So I was dealing with a lot of physical symptoms and a lot of mental health symptoms. The physical symptoms was fatigue, shortness of breath, and I was able to start doing cardio workouts again, walk up the stairs without having shortness of breath, hair thinning as it was getting thinning when I was vaping. And then mentally,
Is that what your problem is, Kevin?
Patrick,
here,
let me ask you a question.
Let me make you full screen. I want you to put your head down like this and zoom.
I will.
Here.
I gladly will.
You got a little male pattern baldness. At least you don't have a complete bald spot back there.
It ain't going anywhere near up. Let me ask a question before you return to this dumbass, a person that might not be of age. they want them to not have any peer pressure, right? To do bad things, but they want them to apply peer pressure for other things.
Social
right?
engineering, Kevin.
Am I? Oh, that's right. I forgot. Okay, let me scratch that back off. Okay, never mind. I'm just checking stuff. Do you see that I found it?
I can't remember what Janine is asking what about here.
Fucking Lord.
I can't. I don't
just
know.
having so much anxiety without the vape, so I was having to deal with that naturally instead of going towards just a quick fix.
Okay, so now she's admitted that she was vaping to reduce anxiety.
Yeah.
But for some reason, it was fucking with her hair, and for some reason, she couldn't participate in cardio. And I'll tell you this: I can go longer and faster on the treadmill now as a vapor than I ever did as a smoker.
I can chase Logan around his house without getting out of breath.
And
I
don't
wouldn't
know
have done
about
that 5 years ago.
I didn't get the
8
same side effects that you did of the dysfunction because
hair thinning my ass.
Well, I never had any hair on my ass, so you know. I would be happy if I did have hair on my ass and it started to thin though. Because then
Paul likes
it would
to
be less
shave his
painful
hair.
to get waxed. You know, I'm just
So
saying.
many times I wanted to drive to the gas station and just quitting, you know, but I was able to.
Really?
Why did you start vaping in the first place?
So it was the end of my college.
Because she was in college. Okay.
College.
So let's see. Let's predict what she says. What do you think that she's going to say was the reason she started vaping, Kevin?
She went to confession, and no, that's the other show.
No.
She was drinking. She was probably drinking, and her
Socially,
friends.
I was at parties and people were doing it. You think
I
that's
just
what
want to look cool with my friends. That's why I hang out with you, and that's the other reason.
But I hang out with you so that I will look cooler because by comparison.
There you go. See?
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm wittier.
I got into an internship, and there were a bunch of sales guys, and it was just very popular around the office.
So peer pressure.
And I swear, the first time I ever had that nicotine, I felt so calm and at ease.
What?
On my way home from my internship that day, I went and bought my own at a gas station, and that was the first. Probably a few hundred.
And you were hooked just from that one try.
Just from that one.
That just shows you how addictive it is, right?
Yes. And I don't have.
You know, most people tell me how harsh the first hit is when they first start.
Yep.
But she's saying that she loved it from the very first puff.
Yeah. So either she's bullshitting somebody or she's probably bullshitting somebody.
No. Either that or she really needed the nicotine in her brain. The moment that she got that nicotine in her brain, it started pumping endorphins and blocking out all the other shit. And she's like,
Did she use the word?
All the voices in my head are quiet now. At least now I don't feel guilty about looking here at the cleavage.
All that self-love was giving her some guilt, and then she was calm. Just hit play.
History of smoking.
I was going to ask you, did you smoke before and you were trying to quit smoking by using
try to quit smoking by going to the e-cigarettes, but I find that I was ingesting so much more nicotine than I probably would have if I would have been smoking, just because of how excessive.
Unscientifically, I'm going to make a statement here.
Well, because
because I read something in the USA Today
the voices
about the super strong nicotine in vaping.
It was.
Ellie, thank you so much for your time. The documentary is called Screenagers, and you can find more information by going to the Screenagers.
Oh, she's full of shit. Shut her down. When they're doing it sideways like they are, I know they've got teleprompters normally in facing, but and mine never works. When they're facing sideways, I always assume they're just reading a script to begin with. I don't like that. I feel so calm. Correct. That's what I thought she said.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Huh. Let's see. Does
Don't you have
one? I'm getting one step closer to C Doug being a savage on Twitter.
Oh yeah. Don't you have a like this is going to piss Kevin off list and then the rest?
No. I try to pepper it out throughout so that so I don't have too many right in a row that are focused specifically to make you mad. So there'll be one that'll make you mad, and then one that's kind of calming, and one that's a little bit annoying, and then one that really makes you mad.
The top secret location, Mallory. Headquarters.
Where's this super nicotine at?
It's at the secret headquarters. You can't know.
Here, right here.
I got one of them. Well, I got more than one, but I got them.
I got like 4 or 5 of these now.
I've done my
that
math.
One I need to break up and freeze.
I'm gonna vape.
I got to make room in my freezer.
I think I'll be about 206 before I can need any. So I got a little.
And that's just 100 milligram. I actually have 250 milligram too. I got to make sure.
No, mine are all.
Pick the right bottle when I'm doing. They're labeled, but I got to make sure I don't fuck that one up. Yeah.
I injected so much nicotine. I missed that one. Oh,
here we go. Let's see. Let's load. Let's cue this. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Woof.
Yeah. Let's see. All right. So now there's a study that shows the increase in younger adults vaping. Kevin, this is the
2.68.
You did write it down, right?
I fucking wrote it down. Of course I wrote it down.
Okay.
What are you, nuts?
I want you to.
What do you want? Low nicotine tonight? What the hell are you talking about? So 2.68.
Make sure that you're on the ball, dude.
Clickety click.
All right.
Lickety split.
A new troubling study on vaping right here in the U.S. The American Cancer Society finding more younger adults are using e-cigs. Naomi Ruckham has more.
It's considered a serious public health concern. Now, a new study shows a significant increase in vaping among younger adults. According to the American Cancer Society, almost 750,000 more young adults ages 18 to 29 in the United States used e-cigarettes between 2019 and 2021.
Does this look familiar, Kevin?
It's exactly the same. So this intrigues me because what are they doing? A test market on which number gets higher percentage of bullshit?
Oh, Christ. Who had never smoked combustible cigarettes.
The research shows more than 2.5 million young adults who used e-cigarettes in 2021 had never smoked traditional cigarettes.
They have short-term impacts on our lung airways. They have cardiovascular risks because of the nicotine.
Oh, dear God. This is the same video package, Kevin, from a different news source.
It's exactly the same so far.
Is this embedded advertising, I wonder, Kevin?
I asked, well, that was a different video.
No, that was a different video.
That's a different video. This is the same exact one. It's exactly
the same. This is exactly the same green raincoat and Indian doctor. If I go back here, there's probably a comment. It is a different newscaster and a different.
You get the same mustache at the front. Yeah.
Yep.
Products, including cigarettes.
And the American Cancer Society says that is something we don't want to happen.
Exactly the same, Kevin. I tricked you.
You fucker. What'd you trick me about? What'd you do that for?
I told you I didn't have any embedded advertising, and that was not true.
Oh. Well, you said 2.68 to remember that number.
Just keep that in your back pocket.
Oh, okay, good. Thanks. Jeffrey.
All right. So this week, I follow C Doug, so I know why I got this, right?
Yep.
So I was reading C Doug just savagely blasting, and I was like, "Who the hell is he blasting?" Because I can't see who he's here. Look.
Is it your pal?
I can't. I am unable to view who C Doug is trying to educate.
Is it Chimpman? got to be
So
general.
I actually had to go and
Private
where'd it go?
browser.
There. I had to go over here and do this so I could see who the hell he was in response to, because Simon Chapman doesn't want to interact with me anymore because I embarrassed his stupid fucking face.
Yeah.
And he's a coward. Kevin, I will not block anyone on Twitter ever. Now, I might mute somebody for a little while. I might unfollow them so I don't see their alerts anymore for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
But I am not a coward, so I will not block people.
Mm-hmm.
So, I tweeted the link to tonight's show. If you are blocked by Simon Chapman, you might want to watch tonight's show. So I don't know, if you tag somebody that's blocking you, they can't see you anymore, right?
They can't see you, right? As far as I know.
Right. So everybody that hates him, though, can see me.
Oh, sure. So anybody that hates you and him can see you, as long as they still follow you.
Yeah. I got a drink.
Oh.
All right. So the wanker says, those who pay the piper call the tune, ?
No, sure.
Researchers with tobacco or pharma competing interests 29 times more likely to report results favorable to vaping than those with no conflict of interest, which he misspelled COL.
Well,
it's supposed to be COI.
Yeah.
Likely even worse, as so many fail to fully declare their connections. And then he's got a link here to some PDF thing that apparently claims that people, that researchers are disingenuous if they're being paid by big tobacco. So Jonathan, who is sometimes pretty smart, not going to say all the time, but if researchers with pharma competing interests were to be biased in favor of their funder, they should be biased against vaping, not for it. E-cigs take market share from pharma, so this finding makes no sense. And then he says researchers with pharma funding track records often have their hands out for vaping funding too. So that he's saying researchers that are looking for money to pay for their research so that they have a fucking job. He's nobody does science for free, Kevin. Nobody. Somebody has to pay the bills somewhere. Can Stoffel, there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. Right?
Correct.
So this guy's a fucking moron.
I established that in about 2015. Yeah.
All right. But I'm saying it live on the air. Maybe one day, he'll open my Twitter and it'll just happen to be at the point where I call him a fucking moron. And
that time is now.
So I can never remember what his actual. So he has he's a professor of public health.
Yeah.
So he's not a doctor, not an actual medical doctor.
No, he's not. He's not licensed to practice medicine.
No. He has, and I know people that have degrees in public health, and they're wonderful people. But a degree in public health is like the social studies. If you're taking a history degree, social studies is like the public health degree compared to a medical degree.
Right.
It's like a general thing.
He's a vandal. Right? Did you know that?
This guy's a fucking idiot is what he is. I don't give a shit about any other thing. This guy is a moron. He has no scientific credentials. All he does is regurgitate what people pay him to regurgitate. And that means if he writes a book, because he's written books.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He's writing those books to sell those books to an audience. So he writes to his audience.
Mm-hmm.
Period. So he's criticizing a group of scientists who get paid to do science, right? and he criticizes them based on who pays for the science. Doesn't criticize the work itself.
No.
Criticizes who pays for the work. If you show me bad science, regardless of who's paid for it, I'm going to read the science, I'm going to break it down, and I'm going to decide whether it's good science or bad science, period. If the experiment is designed properly, if it's an actual experimental study, if it's a you know, the gold standard of a blind clinical trial or whatever.
Yeah.
If it's a meta study, I'm going to throw it out the window, because meta analysis, the author of any meta studies, whether they're good or bad, is essentially picking and choosing what statistics they want to use to get the result they want, period.
Yes.
Do your own fucking polls if you want to, don't use statistics from somebody else, because you're just going to pick and choose. So Jonathan says, oh, so your theory is that they do a bit of pharma consulting, then get an NIH grant to study e-cigarettes so they can publish positive results in the hope that one day they'll be asked to do e-cigarette consulting. Really? I don't make any comments about intent or hope. I simply note the findings consistent with Pissinger's earlier study, with many others that look at pharma, gambling, asbestos, smoking, nutrition with similar findings. Surely not news to you. Oh, no. Oh, but you do. The phrase with their hand out does imply intent. So he makes a backhanded comment about researchers looking for money to pay for their fucking work, and says that he's not making, but he made a fucking, please, sir, can I have some more, sort of, begging. This guy's a douche. Anyway, objectively, this is C. Doug. Now, C. Doug comes in. He says, objectively, then there is a question, perhaps, of whether such funding dynamics have any impact on organizational perspectives in harm reduction and vaping-related policy. I don't know, just putting it out there. And then he puts a fucking Bloomberg philanthropies thing where they spend $420 million because they're assholes. And I bet you if I do enough digging that this some motherfucker here gets some money from Vital Strategies or some other organization that is Bloomberg funded.
Allegedly retired.
Yeah,
I don't know anymore.
Allegedly, no, he's a privateer now.
Yeah, as far as I know, yeah.
All right, so I mean, C. Doug is just blasting the fuck out of Michael Bloomberg throughout.
Yep.
And
James.
And then Juka.
What?
So it says Simon probably won't see this because of a mutual block, but PubPeer has an amazing comment on that survey exposing the rank hypocrisy behind it. And then here's a fucking PDF or a thing to the fallacy of science is science, the impact of conflict of interest in vaping articles. And this does an exceptional job of crushing Simon even more. So if you're not blocked by Simon, or if you want to actually do an incognito, the link to the tweet, because all you have to do is go to our show notes and find the link to the tweet and type it in, or cut and pasted it into your incognito browser, and you will find it. I don't like the way that Twitter works now with the incognito. If you don't log in, and you can't search Twitter anymore.
Right.
If you're not logged in. But if you actually know the address and you log in incognito, then you will get the
you'll find the gold.
Yes. But see, I love C. Doug, and I'm not going to sit here and read through the entire thread. I invite you all to do that. But it was just the fact that he was jumping in with both guns with Jonathan Folds and Juka.
Well,
and
his conflict of interest with his retirement was that Sydney's university was heavily invested in tobacco stocks at one time. I think they're done now, but to each his own.
I'm sure that the profits from those initial investments, though, they're continuing to use.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
So
they may no longer be invested.
How nitty gritty can we get, though? You know what I mean? So
yeah, well,
he's a dumbass.
But I did, and again, I don't know why Twitter, I guess the bot knows me now because it starts suggesting things that I might find entertaining. And I did recently tweet about beer, so I just thought this was kind of funny.
I did click on this one when you sent it to me.
So, French producer or French wine people, the wine industry, are attacking Coors beer because on their beer, they call it the champagne of beer. I think it used to say banquet beer on the side of the can, or no, Miller, not Coors. The champagne of beer. So named the Guardians of Champagne let no one name a bubbly beer fame, not even U.S. beer behemoth. For years, Miller High Life has used the quote here, champagne of beers slogan. This will swallow as a trade body defending the interests of houses and growers of northeastern French sparkling wine. Belgian Customs crushed more than 2,000 cans of Miller High Life, advertised as such. The Comité Champagne asked for the destruction of a shipment of 2,352 cans on the grounds that the century-old motto used by the American brewery infringes the origin of the word champagne. The consignment was intercepted in the Belgian port of Antwerp. In a spokesperson at the Belgian Customs Administration said on Friday, owns Miller High Life brand, does not currently export to the EU, and Belgian Customs declined to say who had ordered the beer. The buyer in Germany was informed and did not contest the decision, the trade organization said in a statement. Frederick Miller, a German immigrant to the United States, founded Miller Brewing Company in the 1850s. Miller High Life, the oldest brand, and was launched as its flagship in 1903. So anyway, we cannot call ourselves the champagne of YouTube because we are not derived from French grapes from a specific region in France, Kevin.
How do you know for sure? Can you guarantee me that your parents did not have that bottle in their hand before you were conceived? No, you cannot. So, therefore, I say we can say. Because,
I'm not derived from grapes, though. From that,
it could have been the cause.
No, my dad never drank. Never drank wine.
Can you prove that? Maybe he was.
If he did, it would be like Night Train or like MD 2020. It wouldn't be
Mad Dog,
like high quality. Mad Dog 2020.
Oh, Mad Dog.
Yeah. Oh, let's see. You'll like this one. I think you will like this one.
I'm going to switch these so it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah?
Go ahead.
Where did it go? Yeah, I found it. Okay. So this next piece is from Reason TV. They're usually pretty intelligent people. Can you hear me, Kevin?
Yes, sir.
Are you of hearing? Are you capable of hearing?
I am.
Hello?
I am.
You are? Are you boomering? Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. I'm just sitting here waiting. All right. This is an old man about Kevin's age. Going to say some smart things.
There is plenty of evidence that many smokers use vaping to reduce or quit smoking. In fact, adolescent smoking has continued to fall as adolescent vaping has increased. Another anti-vaping argument is that it has negative mental or social health consequences. Studies like electronic cigarette use and mental health, the Canadian population-based study, suffer from the same issues as studies linking vaping to future smoking. It's easy to show that vapers have more psychological and social issues than non-vapers, but that's only an association. An obvious alternative explanation is that troubled kids are more likely to vape, either as a form of self-medication, or because they have less regard for adult opinion and rules, or perhaps because they are...
What? Kids are rebellious? That can't be.
Less supervised. What?
Latchkey kids.
No way.
less supervised or have less to lose by acting in a deviant way.
So, I mean, he says many of the same things that we say on this show, that kids are probably self-medicating, kids are rebellious, kids, don't respect their adult opinions. Those are all valid arguments.
Well, yeah.
All right, let's see. Load. We got a tweet here from a Georgetown Cancer Prevention and Control Program, Kevin.
Oh, listen to that.
Let's see what this says. This says data from the U.S., Canada, and England demonstrate that 7 in 10 adults who smoked cigarettes and vaped in 2020 reported vaping to help quit smoking.
Can you imagine?
So
that?
70% of people that vaped, that used to smoke, are vaping to quit smoking. 70%. This was most common. This was most common among those using devices with tanks or cartridges, pods. Great work.
Now, I assume this is a meta-analysis, right? Because it took different studies, and you know what I mean?
Let's see. An examination of quitting smoking as a reason for vaping by the type of nicotine vaping device used with most often among adults who smoke and vape. Findings from Canada, England, and the United States. ITC smoking and vaping survey. One survey.
Oh, okay. I didn't notice that. Good.
Yeah. Excuse me. Whoa.
That's right.
So highlights. 7 in 10 adults who smoked and vaped in 2020 reported that vaping may help them quit smoking. Across the three studied countries, most adults who smoked and vaped used tank or cartridge pod devices most often. 1 in 10 adults who smoked and vaped used disposables, but higher in the U.S. than in Canada and England. Adults using either tanks or cartridges and pods were more likely to report vaping to quit smoking than those using disposables. And adults who vaped daily were more likely to report vaping to quit smoking, and the majority used tanks most often. So let's see. I just want to go straight down to the
conclusion.
I mean, there's all sorts of charts here and stuff. There's a lot of information here.
Yeah.
Conclusion. So in 2020, most adults who used NVPs and smoked cigarettes reported usually using either cartridge pod or tank devices, which were associated with greater odds of use to help with quit smoking or smoking cessation compared to disposables. However, when we assess this relationship separately within each country, significant associations were found in England and Canada, but not in the U.S. Adults who were vaping daily were more likely to report vaping to quit smoking, with the majority using tanks most often. So essentially, and obviously they're going to put the bulletproof in here. Further research is needed.
Of course. So stay there a second, because I want to see what this wording is. If when they say they're usually using a cartridge pod or tank device,
yeah,
that tells me it's a little more personalized and that makes it compared to disposable. So that's more of a commitment. If I have one of these as opposed to a disposable, I'm probably more committed by buying this than a disposable. The other part of this was at the top 7 in 10. Does that mean 3 in 10 it doesn't work?
I think by and large, up until recently, the quality of disposable devices, at least here in the States, wasn't that great.
Right. I agree.
So, I mean, obviously our experiences here were with like the Enjoy King, with the new Enjoy disposables are not bad actually. The menthol disposable Enjoy is actually quite good. I didn't care for their tobacco flavor, but the device itself is all right. It's just the pods, and that's not the pod one is not even a disposable because it's a pod. It's a pre-filled pod. With the exception of Juul, which I didn't like, but I would have liked Juul if they had to use traditional nicotine. The device itself is pretty cool. But again, I prefer free-based nicotine. But other than that, the options that we had here in the States, as even the first e-cigarette that I bought had replaceable cartomizers. That was essentially a pod device.
Right.
That was a screw-on cartomizer on a battery.
Yeah.
So that's essentially a pod. You know, that's not a disposable. And I could refill those cartomizers
quickly.
So just take the little white cap off and chip. About 20 drops, you're good to go.
I did too. Yeah.
So I could see why the stats would be different in the States than in other countries because they may have had more options. But now all of the Chinese shit that's coming over, I mean, you can actually get the Chinese devices now with the name brand e-liquid that you like in them. Like a lot of the bigger e-liquid companies are coming out with their own disposables.
Choices. Interesting though. This is the point where they can't. I think it was Michael said something. It might have been Michael. Something about they can't put the lie on forever, and they know they're wrong. They're having a hard time, and they're not going to admit that when they know they are. But it's
never going to happen.
You're right. It's a turn, but it's not. It's going to be another 10 years before they go, yeah, we fucked up. Too many of us know better. No, 10 years, 20,
20. Let's see.
Scary.
Yeah.
Scary.
Okay. Oh, all right. You're gonna love this piece. This is a fairly long video. We're gonna take it in bites, boys and girls. Look at Janine. She's gonna go put her jammies on. Then she's gonna come on cam and join us on the show.
Is she gonna sing the song? That's the thing.
Because I want to look at that picture she always has behind her on the couch. It's a really nice picture. I like the picture.
I want to hear her sing.
Sing?
Yeah.
This is not a karaoke show, Kevin. Voulez-vous coucher avec moi?
Oh, that too. No. No.
What? She's not going to sing for us? I don't know why.
Dang.
She doesn't love us.
Well,
I'm sad.
By association, I'm with you, so I understand.
All right. Let's go. You're gonna take it. You're gonna get a kick out of this video, Kevin.
All right, I trust you. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't. You're gonna. Yeah. All right, here we go. All right, let's watch this. Now, this is a 13-minute video. We may or may not continue the entire video, but let's go.
First, my friends, something different for this show. America is in the middle of a huge...
America? See how he disdainfully said America?
Oh, and then he said huge. This is.
Yeah.
Teen vaping epidemic. A staggering 1 million youngsters picked up the habit despite never having smoked a cigarette before. And there are
Right.
worrying signs that the UK is rapidly following suit. 14% of teenagers.
14%, Kevin.
Wow.
say they've now used vapes more than once a week, which is over double the levels seen in spring 2020. And also in Northern England, this is unbelievable, 1 in 7 teenagers vape regularly. You might have heard about a new government scheme called Swap to Stop. This aims to get millions of smokers to switch to vaping. Now, advocates say that they are healthy and a better alternative to smoking. But what we want to ask tonight is how much do we know about these vapes?
Here we go.
How much do we know?
Vapes, what's in them? They cost
What's
as little
in
as
them?
£5 and are often sold with brightly coloured packaging in sweet shops with flavours such as cookies and cream and bubble gum. You'll have seen.
All right. Let's go back here real quick.
Here we go.
I had
This
to
is
take a drink.
literally-
Where did it go? All right.
To get millions of smokers to switch to vaping. Now, advocates say that they are healthy and a better alternative to smoking. But what we want to ask tonight is how much do we know about these vapes? What's in them?
Is that the stop? Back up to the ad with the pig.
The ad with the pig.
Or whatever he's on.
The swap to stop. Yeah. That's a piggy bank.
With a child.
Well,
and
this
an
is a
adult.
dad. He's
Okay.
swapped to
He's
stop
saving
with
money
God.
with his kid. All right. Okay. I get it. I was wondering what the theme would be, but all
Because
right.
that doesn't look like a teenager. That looks like a maybe a 10-year-old or
8, 10, yeah.
To get millions of smokers to switch to vaping. Now, advocates say that they are healthy and a better alternative to smoking. But what we want to ask tonight is how much do we know about these vapes? What's in them? They cost as little as £5 and are often.
All right, boys and girls. I stopped here specifically. I went specifically back to here. So that first one was a 2% nicotine vape. Do you see what this says right here? This is a Delta 8 vape.
Cookies. Yeah.
So they're not even smart enough to use visual examples of nicotine vaping. So they're just gonna make this all about nicotine, but they're gonna show these horrible examples of Delta 8, which I mean it's a marijuana, whether it's a hemp derivative or a marijuana derivative. This is not what we talk about. This is not us. This is not what we promote.
Right.
Regardless of what my personal opinion is on the freedoms of people being able to make their own choices, this is a tobacco. We're talking about tobacco harm reduction, not marijuana.
Sold with brightly coloured packaging in sweet shops with flavours such as cookies and cream and bubble gum. You'll have seen
20 milligram nicotine salts.
Can't be any higher in the UK.
all of that. But here's a shocking statistic. More than 41% of 11 to 17-year-olds say they buy their vapes from shops despite...
Now, see what they did there?
Yes. You got 14%, and 47% of the 14% buy their vapes in shops.
But he didn't clarify that. He's
No.
just
Oh, hell
he
no.
makes now people are going to hear that and go, 41% of kids buy their,
They don't understand the word extrapolation either. So
no,
that's,
I mean,
that's okay.
he's throwing these
I
out
didn't.
there at stream of consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
People aren't going to pick up the fact that this is 41% of the 14%.
Yeah.
Most adult parents are going to be
I
like,
wouldn't.
"Are you saying that 41% of all kids vape?"
I would never, in 10 years ago, I would have never known the difference. I went, oh shit, 41%. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And they do it
the
all
legal buying age being 18. So my question tonight is, should we be concerned about our kids vaping? How safe are they? And my first guest has a story that everybody should listen to. Ewan Fisher says
well.
vaping nearly killed him when he was just 16 years of age.
Uh-huh.
Ewan.
A now 22-year-old spent 10 weeks in hospital and needed an artificial lung. He still suffers the consequences of this today, and he joins me now to discuss his experiences. Ewan, thank you so much for coming on Jeremy Kyle Live. The claim is that vaping nearly killed you, and the point of doing this tonight is to serve as a warning and to investigate. Tell us your story, my friend.
Evening, Jeremy. Basically, when I was, well, it was in May of 2017, May the 15th to be precise. I had stopped vaping a little bit prior to actually going into hospital because I wanted to become a professional boxer and try and like update my career.
Okay, so this is the second of these yahoos. There's another guy who's claiming that vaping ruined his opportunities. Or no, there's two other yahoos. One yahoo says that he was going to be a Navy SEAL. And now he can't be a Navy SEAL because vaping destroyed his lungs. And now there's another guy that we found out about recently who wanted to be a professional country singer. And vaping has ruined his opportunity to be a professional country singer. Now we have this guy who wanted to be a professional boxer. And vaping has destroyed his opportunities to be a professional boxer.
That's right.
So I was smoking cigarettes from quite young, I'll be honest. And then I thought that vaping would probably be a safer option for me. And I tried to like change from smoking cigarettes to start vaping, and just went downhill from there, really. I was getting chest infections all the time, and my mum was always telling me to stop vaping, etc., because it was making me poorly. Or as kids do, they don't listen to the parents. Well, some don't anyway. And it really, really went bad. I ended up on 2 different life support machines. I was in an induced coma, and I had 20% chance to live, actually. And on one of the nights in Glenfield Hospital, my whole family had to come in and say goodbye to me because they didn't think I was going to make it through the night.
I mean, that's horrific. And the important point of doing stories like this is not to scare people, it's to warn people. How old? You were 16. How easy was it to buy vapes, my friend?
Oh, it was really easy, honestly. I could go into shops myself and get hold of them. And it's even easier just to ask someone to go in for you, and no one questions it. Like, you could probably be in your school uniform and still get it.
So now he's admitting that he broke the law.
Yep. Again.
Nowadays, and people just, they don't see like the dangers of it, so they just think they're helping you out by going and doing it.
So no ID, a mate could go in for you. And when we talk about impact, your mum had to quit her job to become your carer. This was just before your GCSEs. You're now 22. Your dream, I guess, of being a professional boxer gone forever, if we're being honest. What would your message be to kids?
Now, let's be honest. His options to become a professional boxer don't look like they ever were real anyway.
No more than mine.
Just like the Navy SEAL kid was going to be a Navy SEAL, and the country music singing kid was going to be a superstar country singer.
So far, this Yahoo chucklehead on my left has skirted the part about the law, but nobody wants to talk about the law part.
No, they definitely don't want to mention the fact that he was breaking the law.
Oh, okay.
But,
They don't want to
embarrass your guest.
Right,
and also, I would love, this guy needs to ask that guy, what were you vaping?
There you go. That was my,
Yeah. Well, what were you vaping?
And there will be plenty who think that, and this government scheme, swap to stop is saying, smoking is dreadful, vapes are not. What would your message be, Ewan?
Please don't do it, really, because I don't want anyone to go through what I've been through. It didn't just affect me; it affected all my family and everyone around me. Like you say, my mum had to stop working basically to give me the care that I needed because I couldn't walk, I couldn't do day-to-day activities. It's just really, really hard.
as a medical professional, I would be like, well, what was wrong with you before this?
Right.
Were you asthmatic before this? How long did you smoke? Were you doing drugs?
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of shit that's getting they're just taking this kid's story as, oh, I was perfect until I started vaping. When we have millions of other people that have used vaping and only like 5 people have had similar stories. Well, maybe more than 5, but obviously all the E-Valley kids, those kids are lying little shits.
Get off my lawn, you lying little shit.
There's no.
One of them had a collapsed lung.
There's no other way of saying this, but yeah, this kid has some sort of underlying health condition that caused this to occur.
Hard now, so I just want to put the word out there, like, just please don't vape, especially if you haven't even smoked in the past, because there's no need to. I know the packaging and all the different flavors is so like attractive, but just don't do it. There's no need to.
Do you remember?
So did you just hear him regurgitate like 5 talking points, all like boom, 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 boom?
Well, yeah.
All the flavoring and the packaging make it so enticing, and yeah.
That moment lying in that hospital when your parents and family weren't there, when you suddenly realized that actually there was a chance that you'd lose your life, what goes through your mind at that point?
Well, it's horrible because you don't really think of it until it happens.
He was probably thinking, I shouldn't have been smoking that crystal meth.
Well, wait a minute, Patrick. If he was already unconscious in an induced coma, he wouldn't be thinking much of anything, would he have?
Well, I mean, obviously they did wake him up so he could say goodbye to all of his.
Oh,
family.
wow! I didn't know they did.
I mean, he did say that they brought his entire family in to tell him that he was dying.
I just had a brother-in-law that was in an induced coma.
Yeah,
and they didn't wake him up when he died. Before he died. Anyway,
no, but he wasn't a 16-year-old kid either.
Oh no, true. That's true.
Yeah, and bringing them out, depending on what was wrong with your uncle, cousin, whatever you just said, brother-in-law, yeah, bringing him out might have killed him faster.
Quite possibly.
Whole body just collapses, and you know that when especially you get told that you've not got much chance to live. Even though I weren't around at the time because obviously I was in the induced coma, it's just when I came around from it and I'm being told them sort of things, it plays with you mentally as well.
And in terms of today, your mental health, how has that impacted on that, my friend?
It's got a lot better recently because I'm keeping active, going to the gym, and I've got a good group of friends around me and a good family. But when it first happened, I was struggling really. When I was going to college and stuff, I was getting really bad anxiety. But no, I'd say it's getting better as the days go on.
Listen, you're a credit to your family and yourself, and thank you so much indeed for joining us on JK Live. We're now joined by Hazel Cheeseman from Action on Smoking Health, of course, Ash, and the Director General of the UK Vaping Industry Association, John Dunn, who apparently I've interviewed before. Welcome to you both. Can I start with you, Hazel?
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's much of a professional boxer.
Not before.
This is from 2019. Hypersensitivity, pneumonitis, allergic reaction to something he breathed in as a result of inflammation. Blah, blah, blah.
10 to 15 times a day.
I'm just looking. An atypical respiratory illness. He had an allergic reaction. It's very rare. Yada, yada, yada. Uh-oh. I've read 6 articles. They're going to block my access.
Thank you for supporting The Guardian.
Yeah.
That's a very, very poignant story, not to scare, but to point out to people. Seemingly teenagers, 11 to 17, 41%, okay, in this country. Are we heading?
Did you just hear that? Did you see what he did?
Reiterated the same wrong number.
No, but he quoted the wrong, he misquoted the actual statistic. Instead of back to the 41% of the 14%, he just quoted the 41%.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do that again. So it says 14% of teens down here on the bottom of the screen.
I know, apparently I've interviewed before. Welcome to you both. Can I start with you, Hazel? That's a very, very poignant story, not to scare, but to point out to people. Seemingly teenagers, 11 to 17, 41%.
See?
Mm-hmm.
So he remembered the 41% of the 14% by their shit from. So the 41% was, access to and how they got and where they got. Now he's using the 41% as the statistic, and nobody's going to call him on it. You watch.
No.
Okay, in this country. Are we heading towards the same situation as America? And is it not fair to say that these vapes are getting teenagers hooked on nicotine?
Well, there's a lot there.
So they put it down here on the Chiron on the bottom third. Over 40% of 11 to 17s buy their vapes from shops. But again, he just said it out loud. Now the mom that's in the kitchen that's listening to this on the TV just heard 41% of kids in 11 to 17 are vaping.
Period.
Not 41% of the 14% of kids that are vaping got their shit from the store.
I think, first of all, the story that Ewan told, as you say, it's really powerful, but it is really unusual. I mean, there's more than 4 million vapers in this country. Ewan's story is the exception, not the rule. And the evidence that we have shows that vaping, when people are smoking, switching to vaping is much less harmful, and it should definitely be supported from that point of view. But in terms of whether it's acceptable to see large numbers of young people using e-cigarettes, absolutely not. I mean, Ewan's story is a really, extreme cautionary tale, and as I say, pretty uncommon. But nonetheless, we're talking about an addictive product, and if it's not as an alternative to smoking as a way of giving up what is a really lethal addiction, if it's not for that purpose, then there's no reason to be using these products. There's no reason to be establishing an addiction in a different way.
If I can bring you in, John, for me, the issue is, and we talked there about how you legislate on kids being able to buy them in street corner shops, because I've done it. We did that program before in the past, and there is absolutely, it's happening. And all this sort of packaging, we've got stuff on the screen. I mean, all of this.
Now, the talking point over and over and over, the packaging. Now, if you look at that, it's a fucking pink box with a photograph of a yellow device, disposable pod or whatever the fuck it is. How is that any more or less enticing to? It's pink. It's just a color. This is like the jewel box that's white with, this is as plain as you can fucking be. There's not even a picture of the fruit flavor of the fruit that the flavor, here.
And a big old warning.
It has the necessary warning. Like a third of the front of the package is a warning label.
It all looks very glamorous.
Now this is ridiculous, and I cannot defend this in any way, shape, or form.
No, me neither.
I mean, you cannot defend this. This is BS, and this company should be punished for trying to rip off Skittles. I have no problem with companies exercising the right to defend their trademarks.
The reality is not. I mean, Skittle flavor. I mean, is it sort of magnifying and trying to get away from what it essentially is?
Now, even this, I don't see anything wrong with this. It's a fucking box with a picture of the fruit or whatever that the device is. I don't get it. This is like a root beer. This is a fruit salad. This is sour cherry balls. I don't know about balls, but Personally, I don't think that this is more or less enticing to kids.
No.
I'm not a kid anymore, so I can't tell if I put this in front of a child in a different colored box, whether the child would be more enticed or less.
Which it has nicotine. Is the packaging part of the problem?
Fanta should sue the shit out of these people.
Yep.
I mean, this is trademark infringement.
Well, I think
they changed the font.
It's just a slightly changed font. They made the A smaller.
I heard that argument a few years ago, and I thought it was
SI. This is still derivative. Fanta could win this lawsuit easily.
Oh, easily, yeah.
Saying, no young people who haven't previously vaped should be taking up these products anyway. But I go out with trading standards all the time. And what we're finding is that while most retailers follow the rules.
John Dunn, by the way, smart guy.
Yeah.
There's many out there that don't. And one of the things that we feel is getting in the way is there's very little financial risk in them selling to minors. The fines are only about £200 if they get fined. Trading standards will say, well, we fine them up to 2,500. I have yet to see a retailer fine 2,500.
What's the answer?
Well, we're asking the government to bring in fines of £10,000, for instance. But we're also
And Jeffrey says he hasn't even seen that fantasy brand in like 4 years. I agree with John Dunn immensely.
Cigarettes and
vape. I've been saying clap the fucking bad actors forever.
Yep.
And you get rid of the bad actors, that will allow more good actors. You see, Andrew just came in after he's already missed us talking about the vape bans already. Shows up like 2 hours late.
He said he's listening to the car on the way in the car. He could have been listening for the past 3 hours and 38 minutes. We don't know that.
If he's been in the car, well, he is in New York, so he could have easily traveled from one borough to the nether in 3 hours.
I was going to say, he's been sitting on that bridge all this time. That's all.
He could have been on the Queensboro Bridge for that long.
Troop, no. No. Do not, will not, cannot, ain't gonna have.
I've only ever bought product from people that I know that are intelligent, smart, and respectable business people.
I emailed Juicy Fruit, and I got a thank you.
I actually emailed Wrigley's, not Juicy Fruit.
Well, maybe it was Wrigley's now.
It was Wrigley's.
I emailed 3 or 4, and I don't care. What did you say?
Wrigley's makes Juicy Fruit, dumbass.
I don't remember
in licensing of vape retailers and distributors.
Oh, speaking of which, I need to get a flavor company to make a quince flavored.
What?
Flavor. Quince. If you
no idea.
If you chew Juicy Fruit, quince is the primary ingredient in that flavor.
Did not know that.
Yeah.
All I got is the extra spearmint. That's it.
Yeah.
And part of that has to be robust age verification processes, because there should not be any sweet shops selling these. We see barber shops, pizza shops selling them. That's ridiculous. They're an adult age-gated product, and they should be treated that way.
How safe are they?
Compared to smoking, we know they're at least 95% less harmful, but nothing in this world is 100% safe that we do.
Why is that not safe?
Well, I'll
show you why it's not safe, shall I? Because
Sure.
I've done this. This is £5, okay? And look, let me tell you, we've taken that, but watch this, right? That's the inside. Inside this is the liquid and a battery. All you people from the UK Vaping Association, you tell me where the filter is, because there isn't one. There is no filter, John Dunn. So these kids are sucking on a battery and nicotine fluid. That is the truth, popped up with a bit of flavor. No filter at all.
What the fuck is there supposed to be a filter on here for?
Well, let the moron finish his question.
Come on, John. You better blast this motherfucker.
Well, first of all, they're very different than cigarettes. One of the reasons that cigarettes have filters is because there's over 7,000
But vapes
chemicals
are
in
supposed to have filters, surely. No?
Not necessarily, no. Most of the products
Really?
that are made now are extremely safe. But one of the problems, I think, with these is that, if young people are getting a hold of them, they will use them in inappropriate ways. They're not designed for children.
What?
The other thing that we're finding out there as well is that there's products that have far too much nicotine in.
Yeah.
That are,
Nobody knows what's in them. Let's be perfectly honest. You can make them taste nice, but nobody knows the level of nicotine. If I can bring you back.
I hate this guy. I want to shoot him in the head. Where's my British people? Take back your island and shoot that guy in the head.
Hazel, in. The other thing is this swap to stop, this government thing, that's taxpayers' money being spent to try and encourage people to go from smoking to vaping. Now, I've smoked and I've vaped, but I'm gonna take the other side deliberately. Why should people who don't smoke and don't vape be paying tax to ensure that people?
Because you live in a fucking socialized healthcare country, you dumb son of a bitch. Seriously, why are you asking this question? Why is anyone in the UK's taxes being used to pay for the healthcare of another person? Because your system is based on a socialized program. You know this. You can't possibly be this stupid and be on TV, Jeremy Kyle.
People don't take an addictive substance. I don't understand that.
Well, smoking is an addiction. It's an addiction most people start.
So I wonder if he would be criticizing. He's complaining over here, Kevin, of taxpayer money being used to help people quit smoking in the UK. And this piece of shit is, I guarantee you, he's a liberal. So I guarantee you, if they said they're using taxpayer money to pay for methadone for heroin addicts, that he wouldn't bat an eye.
And he would call them friend.
But
it's a choice.
I would disagree that it was a choice. I would say it's an addiction that people.
Nobody forces you to smoke. It's a choice.
Is it a choice when you're addicted?
No, but to be addicted, you have to make the choice to start smoking.
And most people do that under the age of 18.
Is the government's new thing encouraging? This is my issue. That the situation in America with 1 million young kids is swapped to stop, then going to put 1 million kids in the United Kingdom on vapes that we don't know what's in. And you might say, but I absolutely maintain there's no filter, that's dangerous.
Well, I don't think the government's proposing to give 1 million vapes to people under 18. And they are proposing to look at things. They've got a call for evidence. I mean, the promotion of these products absolutely needs to be looked at. We must do something about the fact that these are so appealing to kids. We should put some higher taxes on these disposable
Well, I was going to
products.
say, would it be a good idea to put higher taxes to make them more expensive so that kids can't actually afford them?
Certainly on these disposable products, these brightly coloured disposable products that have been very appealing. A, they're not great for the environment. B, they seem to be very appealing and accessible to young people. We could make them more expensive through tax. That would be a useful thing to do. But in terms of whether it...
Let's just punish people, Kevin.
Well, isn't that always best? I think it is.
And he said, I smoked and I vaped. So you would think he would have known like a little bit of the technology at least.
Well, you think, but it didn't come off that way, did it?
No, there's no filter. There's no filter.
It's a good use of taxpayers' money to do the swap to stop program. I would say absolutely. I mean, smoking costs the UK economy millions and millions, not just in what it costs in terms of healthcare costs, but also the fact that people aren't able to work, the benefits, all of that together is massive amounts of money.
But higher prices, I would think, higher taxes to make them less accessible, and higher fines for thousands of shopkeepers who are selling them. Ash and other organisations want the United Kingdom to be smoke-free, right? But you're sitting here almost justifying smoking to vaping. We're not going to be smoke-free. If people are vaping, what's the difference really?
Well, the difference is the massive, hundreds
They've
of
still got
people are
nicotine in there, haven't
dying
they?
from smoking today. They'll die from smoking tomorrow. They'll die from smoking the day after. Hundreds of people are not going to die from vaping today or tomorrow or the day after. That's the difference.
Just very quickly, both of you, great to have you on. John, 30 seconds. Higher taxes, less vibrant packaging and bigger fines, right?
I think higher prices, yes, but not through taxation. So one of the things that we're talking about is increase the tank size from 2 milliliters to 10 milliliters. Now the price goes from £5 to £15, problem solved from the pricing, and 80% less devices out in the marketplace.
But you will both agree that this is yes, better than smoking, but there are many instances where this can be catastrophic. I appreciate you both being
It ain't catastrophic.
Did you see? Did you see that he wouldn't, like, he cut them off? Like, she was going to respond, and he didn't give her closing comment. He let John Dunn have a closing comment, but
Things that we're talking about is increase the tank size from 2 milliliters to 10 milliliters. Now the price goes from £5 to £15, problem solved from the pricing, and 80% less devices out in the marketplace.
But you will both agree that this is yes, better than smoking, but
yes, better than smoking.
There are many instances.
Not many. One.
Is where this can be catastrophic. I appreciate you both being on. Cheeseman, Deputy Chief Executive.
She was going to try to say something.
All from the pricing, and 80% less devices out in the marketplace.
But you will both agree that this is yes, better than smoking, but there are many instances where this can be catastrophic. I appreciate you.
She was going to respond. Either that or she was coming on to him. One of the two.
Lord.
I really think he cut her off because he knows that she was going to say very rare. One bad instance, not many.
Both being on. Hazel Cheeseman, Deputy Chief Executive of ASH, and John Dunn, Director General of the UK Vaping Association. Thank you very much indeed.
That
catastrophic.
It's about. I mean, like,
them damn cats.
He had that shit choreographed. He had that thing popped open, and the battery and the tank ready to pop out.
Yep.
There's no filter. There's no filter.
Filters make cigarettes safe. Why can't they make these safe?
I need to clip that. And send that to my friend in the UK so that she can clusterfuck it. Judy. All right, let's see.
Oh my god.
My earphones just said batteries 20%. So we need to burn through because we're gonna run out of batteries. Let's see.
Where's my shoulder? There it is. 20%. Mine ran out and I'm halfway through this one.
Well, I have much more expensive headphones than you.
I got some cheap ass. I don't even know what this one is.
I have I have a second set right here. I can.
Well, I've got wired ones somewhere, but I don't want them.
Oh well, I mean, I could bring out the cans with the wires over here. Yeah.
No.
These are really
good.
No more. These are really good headphones too.
No more.
Not no more.
Not no more. No.
Not no more. Okay, here, Kevin. Let's present. Share screen. Let's do this audio system thing. Here we go. This one is the dangers of vaping and e-cigarettes, Kevin, from the PennsylvaniaHomepage.com.
1 in 10 middle and high school students use e-cigarettes or vapes, according to the CDC. Eyewitness News reporter Paula Giacomo takes a look at the dangers of vaping and has tips on how to prevent kids from picking up the harmful habit. Paula?
Nick, pediatricians I've spoken to in our area are seeing more kids vaping, and they say the dangers are more significant than smoking cigarettes.
Really? Huh.
Let's go back there.
You just love to round my ass up, don't you?
Dangers are more significant than smoking cigarettes. That's why prevention education is key.
Vaping among teens has grown increasingly popular,
But drug and alcohol prevention specialist Kemi
Well, that looks
Anderson.
familiar.
Now this girl looks like a crackhead, and she is the drug and alcohol prevention specialist.
We're seeing kids as young as 9 years old who are vaping.
We are facing that in every district.
9 years old, Kevin. 9.
Oh, bullshit.
That we are in.
Bullshit.
We are seeing vaping, and we're seeing it happening at younger and younger ages. This is not something that we're just looking at high schools. We are seeing this in middle schools and sometimes even below that, some elementary schools.
Vaping refers to using e-cigarettes that heat liquids to produce aerosol that users inhale into their lungs. Some come in fruity flavors, making them more appealing to kids.
A lot of times when I talk to young people, they can't really understand how could Swedish fish or watermelon or root beer or mango, how could that be dangerous? You know, when we eat those candies, and we try to talk about the difference between ingesting a candy, those flavors, and inhaling that into our lungs. So that's one of our biggest issues.
The other issue is safety.
Oh,
Dr.
CE4s?
Jill McCoy, a pediatrician with
Quay?
Were those CE4s?
Those were CE4s.
Hack Pediatrics, says the aerosol from vaping could exacerbate health conditions such as asthma or even cause lung damage.
The nicotine in vapes could be up to 20 times in a cigarette, could be a whole pack of cigarette.
Oh, there's that math again. You got me all riled up. Now you're showing me math.
So an e-cigarette that would last you 2 days has as much nicotine as 2 packs of cigarettes.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
They don't want to include the fact that you would use that e-cigarette that holds 2 packs of cigarettes over a period of multiple days.
I guess my only question is, why don't they just let them smoke cigarettes then? It sounds so much safer to me.
I know.
Worth of nicotine in one vape cartridge. The other chemicals in there, formaldehyde, heavy metals, things like that metabolize, that are known.
Formaldehyde and heavy metals, Kevin.
I've lost track of the.
I didn't know the Judas Priest was in my vape.
Cancer-causing agents, and also, causing lung disease in younger patients.
Because vapes are compact and easily concealable, it makes
I bet you she's going to say thumb drive here in a second.
vaping an easy activity to get away with in non-smoking areas like schools. Some like common objects like USB drives.
Damn it, I called that shit.
Watches, pens, and even markers. That's why it's important for parents to educate themselves about vapes and be good role models.
If they themselves are vaping or smoking cigarettes, think about quitting and doing that as an example to your children too.
Set some serious ground rules that.
Now they're trying to tell adults what to do.
I just told her to fuck off live.
This is not
Never
acceptable.
call me.
This is not safe. We need to have a conversation about it and then really look to find a way to help them quit.
We still don't know the long-term health effects of vaping.
Well,
Start
there you
talking
go.
to your kids at a young age to help steer them away from e-cigarettes and cigarettes.
Check your TikTok, kids.
We don't know, Kevin.
We don't know.
We just don't know.
Good night, James. It's a crapshoot. It's wild, wild west. We don't know. We don't know shit. But we know enough to tell you we don't know.
We just don't
After
know.
we tell you all the other shit. Yeah.
I'm so sad. We just don't know, Kevin.
I don't understand how come they don't know stuff and they can say stuff.
We just don't know.
They should start it by saying, we're going to talk about vaping. We don't know enough, so we're done talking now. Thank you. Have a good evening. Bob,
We just don't
now
know.
to you to wither.
We just don't know, Kevin. Here, let's
do.
And the hits keep on coming, Kevin.
Well,
yeah, let's check this one out.
Well, the use of e-cigarettes, also known as vaping, is on the rise among teens and adolescents. And this morning, we have Dr. Susan Wally. She is here with us to discuss this growing epidemic, what needs to be done, and what we can do to help our kids. Good morning, Dr. Wally. Thank you for being here.
Hi, Stacy. Thank you so much for having me.
So let's kind of start with some of the latest findings. The American Academy of Pediatrics kind of has released a new study. Is that correct?
That's right. This is a policy statement.
Now, let's see if this is the one with the we want kids to vape versus smoking. Let's see. Because that was the American Academy of Pediatrics that was quoted in that previous piece.
That really brings together our recommendations, not only for pediatricians.
Now, I want you to go back here because this woman is not an MD.
She ain't. What's the MD part for?
Oh, well, these are nurse practitioner, so she must have went back and got, but all these credentials are nurse practitioner.
Together our recommendations, not only for pediatricians, but also parents and the public on this public health crisis of nicotine and tobacco use among our youth.
What are some of those percentages? Because I was reading them. Can you kind of tell everybody? I mean, it sounded like about over 10% of all students use some type of tobacco product.
Absolutely. It's really shocking. And, you know, I kind of...
Do you have your numbers ready, Kevin?
Well, it was like I threw it away, 2.86.
Think of it in terms of, you know, 1 in 7 high school students and 1 in 30 middle school students are using e-cigarettes and vaping, as you said, another term for it. And e-cigarettes are the most commonly used tobacco product now. And so this is different than, you know, the combusted cigarette of, you know, days past.
Right.
And these products are, unfortunately, you know, they have deceptive marketing and flavors like Sour Patch Kids that are meant to entice them.
Yeah, and they obviously are enticing them. So what are some of the recommendations for pediatricians?
Absolutely. You know, we know, again, like we just said, how many youth are using. So we're recommending that pediatricians screen all their patients as well as...
What? Surreptitiously screen their patients, Kevin?
What did Jerry tell you again? I forget.
Clandestine. He said clandestine, not surreptitious.
Clandestine.
Yeah. So now the American Academy of Pediatricians is telling their pediatrician doctors to screen all of their kids, even though those kids may not have any of the problem, you know, the warning signs.
Provide preventive messages.
Huh? No.
Because one of the most important things is that we keep children, you know, protected and not using tobacco products. For those that are, however, we give recommendations about how to help that parent and that adolescent to quit.
Yeah, and I have 3 that are actually all going to be in high school next year of my own. So how can parents and caregivers kind of protect their children from this growing epidemic?
Are they vaping?
And, you know, I have...
You know how easily they're throwing around the word epidemic now?
Well, she's got 3 children of her own, so chances are all 3 are already vaping.
Probably. They're part of that 41%, Kevin.
Well.
3 children as well, and, you know, hear them talk about, you know, not wanting to go to the bathroom because they know that they're going to be people vaping. So it really is so concerning. You know, as a parent, you know, we know that sometimes these conversations can be hard, and we recommend talking to your...
So you're saying that a conversation with your child, any conversation with your child, is hard?
My hard conversation with my children was, hey, the dog died.
As a parent...
Other than that, no.
It's your job to have conversations with your children and to teach them and guide them. Why would any parent shy away from the responsibilities of becoming a parent?
Well,
I mean,
it's that
Kevin,
self-love. There wasn't enough of it.
Your pothead kid has a kid, right?
He's got a 4.5-year-old.
Does he talk to his kid and tell, you know, and parent his kid?
In fact, he does.
So, I mean, even the pothead kid can parent his kid, right?
Yes, right there, right there he is. There's that little one. Oh my God.
You know, even Kevin's pothead son can do the job of a parent. I just want to. I'm just repeatedly calling your son a pothead. Just
Well,
because he is.
He's the happy stoner. I call him the happy stoner. Because, listen, Al, lift up your tail feathers, walk your happy ass in there, sit down, twist your neck, grunt, and then leave as quickly as you can, sir. just giving suggestions.
Child, as young as 10, about the health effects, the negative health effects of nicotine and tobacco use. And those include things like nicotine and tobacco addiction, which is a chronic mental health disease.
What's that? Fuck you. Fuck you. Sorry, Patrick, I got a little excited.
Kevin, you have a chronic mental health disease.
She can kiss my rebel red rosy little ass.
I don't know how little it is.
Christ.
Mental see, this is what happens when we take 2 weeks off.
Twist.
We're at the 4-hour mark, Kevin.
That, e-volley, e-cigarette or vaping associated lung injury has caused death,
fuck you.
on a ventilator, needing a lung transplant.
Oh my fucking word.
I'm done with that. Any respect that I might have had for that doctor just disappeared. Yeah, she mentioned D-Valley, so that's gone.
Safer. Dr. Wally.
That's gone.
Yeah. Dr. Wally. Oh, Dr. Wally can kiss my ass. All right. Now I can say it professionally.
All right, fine. Here. This is our last video presentation for tonight, Kevin. This is a second video from Reason. All right,
Reason?
let's see. Anti-vaping researchers are doing something wrong.
The retracted study claimed a large sample size with data on 154,856 subjects. For assessing the cancer risk of vaping versus traditional smoking, what we should be looking at are vapors who never smoked traditional cigarettes and yet have cancer. There were 180 vapors with cancer in the study, but based on general population percentages, probably fewer than 100 of them had never smoked traditional cigarettes. That's too small a sample to draw robust conclusions. The median age of vapors in the study was 25 versus 62 for the traditional smokers, and they had very different breakdowns of income, race, sex, and medical conditions. Adjusting for all these factors would require a minimum of 1,000 observations. If researchers can query the same data sets and arrive at completely bizarre results that are as strong or even stronger than the ones they're reporting, they're doing something wrong.
Who is that?
Somebody at Reason.
Okay. Well, to her.
Didn't say his name.
Wow.
But,
Well, I didn't know what the word extrapolated was until 10 years ago, among other things. And then numbers within numbers.
You just thought extrapolated had something to do with somebody that used to have a strap?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so this last piece is just for you, Kevin.
God.
I saw it and I thought immediately of you.
Is it a Metallica video?
This is in the hematology and oncology section of Helio website. This is from 4/20. It was 4/20. It was published. Vaping linked to cancer-related cognitive impairment among young adult cancer survivors. That's a mouthful. 1 in 8 young adult childhood cancer survivors experience cancer-related cognitive impairment. 1 in 8. Survivors with cancer-related cognitive impairment had a 2.26 higher odd of being a vapor. Vaping appeared associated with cancer-related cognitive impairment among a cohort of young adult childhood cancer survivors, according to JCO Oncology Practice. So their pool are apparently survivors of childhood cancers. And apparently they're saying that after their cancer treatment, they had cancer-related cognitive impairment, and apparently 2.26% higher than non-vapor. So a slightly higher percentage of those people that had childhood cancer who would later become a vapor.
Wow.
So I have no idea what is the rationale or the reason for doing this study. So it says here, findings. Results showed 13% of survivors reported cancer-related cognitive impairment, with the highest prevalence observed among survivors of central nervous system tumors and leukemia. So if you had a spinal tumor or a brain tumor, 25% of a quarter of those, or in a quarter of these 13% were that type of cancer. Our findings suggest that young adult survivors of childhood cancers face substantial challenges in coping with their cognitive and related complications, as well as poor mental health, potentially leading to self-medication with vaping to improve concentration.
Imagine that.
So what they're saying is that people that had this, not that vaping caused the cognitive impairment, Kevin.
Right. No.
But that a percentage, a small group of those people that had cognitive impairments caused by their cancer found that nicotine helped them with their concentration. So if you read this topic up, if you read the title, cancer linked to cancer-related vaping linked to cancer-related cognitive impairment, that makes people think that vaping caused the cognitive impairment. So that's, disingenuous. But then you go down here and their findings are basically that people are using nicotine to help with their mental focus after they had cancer treatment for a cancer. So cancer-related follow-up visits this is implications, present excellent opportunities for oncologists and other clinicians to correct misconceptions and address the physical mental issues that may facilitate the uptake of vaping behavior. So now they want to negate the benefit of the nicotine by trying to address the mental problems to prevent people from finding something that may help them.
We're sorry we put poison in your body to save your lives. Now, don't try to help yourself afterwards, because we don't want you to be depressed, but we can't help you.
We don't want you being in charge of the treatment of your own problems, Kevin. No.
Well, that too. Let's not go there. I'd be here all night.
No, you can't think for yourself. No. Let us think for you.
And then 2% of how many? Right, 152,000. Who knows?
But yeah, we are living in a dystopia, Kevin, where you are constantly trying to. They are constantly trying to socially engineer you, brainwash you, re-educate you, all of those things.
I already got my double plus good tattoo. What are you waiting on? You should have already had that.
I'm going to be the guy at the end of the movie that's being tortured by Richard Burton.
Yeah.
That's going to be me.
Fucking idiots. There's a lot of stupid people in the past 2 weeks that we missed.
I'm so sad but I needed my birthday off so that I could go out drinking and have a good time. I got to enjoy watching my wife drink a flight of margaritas.
I got to enjoy my son moving into his new place. That was fun.
So yeah. She got a flight of 4 different margaritas, and apparently the top shelf margarita was quite nice.
Did she actually start to like you as she was feeling the effects?
No, she, you know, my wife enjoys calling. Now in Tagalog, there's a word in her language in Tagalog for white.
Okay.
So that's what she calls me. That's like what if she wants me, she calls me gringo, essentially.
I like her even more now. Hey, gringo.
And her dad calls me the Americano.
Americano. That's good. I like that one.
That's a kind of coffee, so that's okay. But yeah. But anyway, how do you want to say goodnight to our friends tonight, Kevin? We've been here for 4 hours and 10 minutes.
No matter what we say, think, or do, we're smacking them in the head when we can, very carefully.
Try.
If we've hurt anyone's feelings and we made you feel alienated,
good.
Come on back next week because we'll try harder to keep doing that. So I love every one of you except Patrick, and that's kind of a known thing. I think Al's the only one left. I can't tell.
No, there's 7. There are 7 marathoners. There's 7. Troop is probably
7
here.
of you. I love
James left, but he had somebody knocking on his door.
Yeah.
I suggest each and every one of you go buy a copy of this book, and I think we should do a book club. All of us,
would be fun.
We should pick a book out and tell everybody go buy this book, and in 2 weeks we'll have a chat about this book. I should be able to read that in 2 weeks. It's not super big. It's only 250 pages or so.
Damn, I was gonna say 240.
I'm gonna have to squint though because it is small words. I'm gonna have
That's
to try
like 480. Yeah, that's 480 pages condensed.
But why would I want to read Colin's book? It says I know everything that the book says. Colin's book is not for us. Colin's book is for idiots that don't know what is in Colin's book. You should buy a copy of that and give it to your doctor.
There you go. That's a good idea.
I don't imagine there's a whole lot in there that I don't already know and that Kevin already doesn't know. I mean, we've been here forever. But, definitely buy a copy of it for your bookshelf and buy a copy of it for your friends and buy a copy for your doctor. But, no reason to do a book review of that because we know it's already awesome because Colin is awesome. But we all have seen Alex Jones sued for lies, and now Fox. When do we get to sue Bloomberg? But Alex Jones, I'm not going to defend him. He's a piece of shit. And what he got sued for, they shouldn't have sued him for. They should have figured out a way to prosecute his ass because what he did was inhumane. And if they're going to sue Fox News, then they have to sue CNN. They have to sue MSNBC. Everyone. I mean, if we're talking about them repeating nonsensical garbage, there's a lot of COVID nonsense that happened during the COVID pandemic that they have to admit now that they were lying about. They were silencing people that said things that they disagreed with. They made fun of Donald Trump for hydrochloroquine, and now we know hydroxychloroquine or whatever it is actually is okay. That was beneficial. Yeah. We know all sorts of stuff now that we didn't know then, and they silenced people for having a different opinion than them. If that is not dystopia or dystopian, I don't know what is. So yeah. But anyway, we love you. Have a good week. Stay out of trouble. Be active on Twitter when you can be active on Twitter. Go hug and kiss your kids and go and kiss all your wife's pretty pink parts. Have a nice weekend, and we will see you in 7 days. You like the pretty pink parts? What?
Oh. Say goodnight, Patrick.
Are you actually surprised that I said something like that?
No. Oh, good Lord.
Fine.
Hey, Kamala, heels in the air, Harris. What do you think, you were a tough girl getting off with your fucking Timbs yesterday, looking like a boss? That's the only fucking thing.
This is ultimately a human rights issue. We talk about consumer rights, we talk about choice, but we have a right enshrined in the god-awful WHO of the right to health. It's a basic, fundamental human right. It comes with having clean drinking water, education, and the right to choose to make decisions for ourselves based on accurate, full information. That is a human right. This is a human rights issue, which is why so I am essentially hopeful, because for all the political correctness that's thrown at us in everything that we encounter every day, human rights is something that binds a vast majority of the people on the planet. That we have basic human rights, and one of our basic human rights is being denied by the Bloomberg, Gates, pharmaceutical companies, WHO, FCTC, CDC, FDA, blah, 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 the right to choose less harmful products to use, particularly when you look at the fact that the one that's actually killing us, cigarettes, is completely legal.
Yep.
It's completely legal, and in the United States, it's actually protected. Because the master settlement agreement, part of the agreement was that the states would never try to ban the sale of combustible cigarettes in their states. This was agreed to.
Yeah.
46 attorney generals signed on to this.
Yeah.
And the other 4 had independent agreements.
There's your problem, you see, is that because they can't stop cigarettes and they make shit tons of money out of it, which they've already spent, and now as smoking goes down, they've got, oops, we've spent all the money and it's not coming in, oops. But obviously there's going to be look, here's something that threatens that market and our diminishing returns from the master settlement, because we spent all the money in advance before we got it. Now it's going down. Now here's something that can come in and undermine even further and reduce smoking rates even further. Let's ban that instead. There's nothing at all to do with health, nothing at all to do with rights, nothing at all to do with reason, nothing at all to do with science, everything to do with money. And that's what it is. So at the end of the day, it's my money and your money that they're taking, and where I choose to spend my money, it's up to me. And if you're a regulator, you need to understand that, there's a lot of us, and between us, we have more money than Bloomberg's and Gates put together. Between us, I mean, not in my pocket, not in your pocket, but all together we do. And you're filching us out of it in taxes and whatever for products that you want us to keep using, so that you can. And you're denying us the right to choose to use less harmful products, and making huge stumbling blocks for any small companies to actually supply us with these products. This is iniquitous and wrong, and ultimately, hopefully not in 50 years before that, it will change.